Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the October 7th meeting of the Richmond Select Board. Before we begin, would anybody care to make a public comment? Mary, go ahead.
Hi there. Really going to be brief. This is just show and tell. You know, I do a lot of gardening. This is one of the most beautiful apples
Oh my.
you will ever see.
Why is it
Everybody,
red?
Looks like a potato to me.
not a potato, but it's also interesting because it almost has
for you.
Oh,
it has an astringent flavor and it's great for baking.
You're selling it.
And yeah, very so that's my show and tell. Okay, see you bye.
What's it called?
A blood.
It's good.
blood apple.
Full endorsement.
Blood orange, we never have blood apple.
Any seeds?
Go ahead, Jay.
Thank you for that.
So another brief public
Sure.
comment. I had the opportunity to be at the
We won't
Vermont
get
League
dusty
of
from biting that.
Guys. I had the opportunity to be at the Vermont League of Cities and
Good.
Towns annual conference in Killington last Wednesday. And we had a celebrity speaker, Jim Cantori, who I'm sure we all know and dread, from the Weather Channel. And he came to give us a presentation on future trends in bad weather. And the math, the charts were, unmistakable. We are
Doomed.
doomed. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. We are steadily trending up in the number and severity of massive storms. And this is the new normal, but he had the math to show for it. So we can't look back and go, well, these 400-year storms we had in the last 13 months, maybe that was just an exception. It's how things are going to be now. And we have to shape town policy and town financing accordingly. It is what it is.
Thank you, Jay.
So that's a question on that,
Mhm.
Carol Bounty. Did they talk at all about any river maintenance? Any
They did.
work on the river? Because, in the 60s, it was dredged. With all these flooding events, you've got new islands being created.
Oh, yeah.
You've got new channels
Yeah.
being created.
His
and
presentation was
a lot
very-
of feed in the
yeah.
river. It's garbage.
His presentation was very thorough in things we could be doing to amend and remediate floods before they happen. I don't know if he'd be willing to share the slides. I meant to ask him, but he got away before he could. But yeah, there's a lot we can be doing. The trick is finding ways to pay for it.
The question is, can the town do it? Because, the town has properties adjacent to the river, so that's kind of why I'm asking.
Yeah, well, that will be that's a good question for all of us to explore. What can we do to prevent things from getting out of control again?
Thank you, Jay. Anybody else? Yes, go ahead.
You guys really good question.
You're on this side of the room, so that mic should pick you up, but you're welcome
Oh,
to
no,
come
no,
up if
that's
you
me.
wish.
I'm Penny. Yeah, I just wanted to speak up on behalf of
Yes.
these fast moving vehicles between, well, just on Bridge Street. Really, there's, a lot of people go slow, but way too many go fast. And it's not the 25-mile-an-hour sign. I believe is up by Cumberland Farms in a very discreet, not obvious location. And I think it would help at some point to put that in a more visible place. Now, I am not for more signs, but I do think people need to know that there's a lot of pedestrian traffic between the light and the park in particular. But also on the south side of the bridge, between the bridge and the round church, there's no buffer between the sidewalk and the edge of the road there. And especially the commuter traffic coming home, you're walking with kids there, people are going pretty fast. They get over the bridge and they kind of, not everyone, but I just wanted to speak up that I don't know if you put one of those, I'm happy to host a sign, what do you call it? The sign that tells people how fast they're going for a time, not forever, but to just share that, because I do think it might catch people. Yeah, it needs to slow down.
Thank you, Penny.
Mhm.
Anybody else? Okay, moving into our warned agenda. Josh, board, any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
I would like to add one executive session item for an update on police department hiring that we could add under item 6 at the end, if that would be okay with the board.
Okay, that is added. Sorry.
David, I raised this issue with some trepidation. We have a host of things tonight. I'm guessing there may be a number of people interested in item H.
So I think I'm trying to move that up. I know people have probably looked at that and might be adjusting their time when they attend
Okay.
to later. And our attorney probably won't, he'd like to join that discussion as well. And I don't think he's going to be here until a bit later in the discussion,
Thank you.
but yes.
Okay, moving on. We, as Bart alluded to, we do have a long agenda tonight. For people who wish to speak, I will be asking people to keep comments to 3 minutes or less. And I will be calling in people who haven't spoken yet. So everybody gets a first chance before I ask or yield the floor to people who will speak a second time. And I just ask that town staff and board members speak first, and then I'll open it up to public comment should discussion arise. So moving into tonight's warrant agenda, just a reminder, next Tuesday, October 15th, is the special select board meeting for discussion of the fiscal year 26 budget. We meet once a week for budget season to begin hammering out the budget. As Jay alluded to, we do have some storm-related expenses to finance that we need to discuss. Any comments on the budget meeting?
There will be snacks.
Jay is bringing snacks.
Now, I just would like to add, no one ever, hardly anybody ever takes us up on this, but part of the reason for the sessions is so citizens can be involved.
Mhm.
And we would be grateful for anyone and everyone who could come. And this is not the only budget meeting. This is the first of typically 3, but last year we had 4. But we would love to see citizens here giving us their thoughts on the budget.
We literally go through the budget line by line and we ask, do we really need to spend $500 on this? Okay, let's strike it. So people may want to come and speak. Bard?
I would say also, at least in my tenure here, it's been our practice to set a target threshold for a limit to tax increases that we try to hit based on like inflationary indices. So that's something that people might be interested on at the front end as well.
Yes.
And I've said this many times, but I'll say it again, just a reminder, we are responsible for the municipal tax rate, which is roughly a little less than a third of the total tax bill. And the education spending has gone, so our taxes have gone. And we are aware of that. Kara?
Bounty. I think it's important just to everybody to realize that this is your first of many meetings, and this first meeting, you don't have the budget to actual for FY24 yet. So this is even preliminary to that, because that's what you start with is what did we budget last year and did we spend it all of the lines, and where are we too high and where are we too low? So the fact that you don't have that data yet makes next Tuesday's meeting, for those of us who think like that, to be aware that it's not that meeting. If Josh is going to have the information before next Tuesday, that's great.
We do have a budget to actual. We don't have the audit finalized, so there could potentially still be some changes, but we do have what we've closed our books at as far as budget to actual. So we will have that, but it is a preliminary first go through, and usually department heads will put out kind of, hey, we would love to have these things for these projects. And then we work on what do we really need? How do we winnow it down?
And having met with you today, the budget to actual discussion was last year, your budget to actual, when you did the first round of presentations was.
So that would, okay, I think we're talking about 2 different things. We have a budget to actual as you go line by line down the item and you say, okay, how much did we spend on town center heat last year? What did we budget? We have all of that. What we don't have a final number on is the unassigned and restricted funds. So we don't have that. And that's where last year we tried to make a calculation before the audit was finalized. Got it wrong. We had to come back in November and say, oh, we actually have less than we had calculated. I'm waiting on that number from the auditors before I present anything to the board, but we will have a line by line budget to actual. It's just,
And those didn't change last year. Okay, so
I don't think if any of them did, it was probably small.
Okay.
It's more that larger unassigned restricted fund that I really want to wait for the audit on.
Yeah, I thought there was a pretty big swing in some accounts payable at the end of the last year. But
I
that's okay.
I think it was more just the unassigned restricted.
Great, so we'll have a budget to actual for next Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Item B, consideration of making an appointment to the Trails Committee. We do have an applicant, Ben Feinson, has requested our consent to have him fill an open seat. This is a
However.
term that expires in 2026. And as Jay is about to allude to, there is a glitch. Jay, did you want to speak to that?
Just that I deeply respect the whole Feinson family, don't get me wrong, but Ben is not a Richmond resident. And we have to decide if that is something that we want to.
That's a big point.
Yeah.
And Ben is here, just so you know. I didn't know if he's on.
So it would be, we have in the past, for example, the Trails Committee and the, no, what was it? We've had Recreation Committee where we had members from other towns, and we first allowed for that, and then we changed our mind and said, no, let's not do that. So I believe it is in the Select Board's purview to say we will allow a non-Richmond resident to be on the committee. We would just have to take that step before appointing him. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything set that says you can't have a committee member who's not a Richmond resident. Like in conservation, for instance, that's set in statute, they have to be Richmond residents. For Trails Commission, I don't believe there's any such statute. But so it would be at the discretion of the select board, although as Jay notes, I think with the exception of the two seats on the rec committee that were for a time designated, one from Bolton, one from Huntington. Outside of that, I don't know that the board is appointed, at least in the last 5 or 6 years, any non-residents.
Bart?
So I can't remember appointing a non-resident to any committees other than those described heretofore. So it strikes me that while it has been our practice, it may not be ensconced in policy or regulation. It has been our practice, to my recollection, unless anybody can remember any exceptions to that. It would seem to me, absent that we'd, you know, again, in spite of my respect for Ben and his family, that we would generally follow our past precedent and appoint town residents.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Of course.
That makes sense.
He's on Zoom.
Oh, right there. Yep.
Center.
Ben, are you ready to join our conversation?
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Okay, welcome. I'm going to open the floor up for questions. I understand Lisa has a question for you, so I'll let her go ahead and ask.
Ben, what makes you want to be so generous to Richmond? I mean, why is it you have that interest for here? Where do you live, by the way?
The second question, I live on French Hill, 1 mile from the Richmond border, and I will be living there indefinitely for at least the next decade and probably longer. We recently bought a house on the hill there. And I grew up in Richmond. That's one of the big reasons that I feel motivated to contribute to the community. So I spent my first 18 years in Richmond. I've been back in Richmond. Well, I've been back in Vermont, bouncing from town to town for the last, 7 years. But I've been contributing to the Richmond community more and more, I would say, the last few years. After founding the Richmond Trail Running Club, which is a nonprofit volunteer-run trail running meetup. We direct 2 races, one of which finishes at Cochran's, one of which is at the Catamount Outdoor Family Center. And I found that I'm really motivated to be part of the ecosystem of outdoor recreation in the area. And I would say that I have a vested interest in making sure that the resources that are available to everybody. And I feel that I have a really good perspective for the voices of the trail running and the running community, and have really done quite a bit in the last couple of years to form ties to other outdoor recreation organizations to try to make sure that runners are using the spaces responsibly. And I think that I could contribute quite a bit to the conversation with the Trails Committee.
Do you volunteer for other towns, committees or anything? Are you serving any other committees outside of Richmond?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Kara, go ahead.
Kara Labate. Hey, Ben. having had you
Hi, Kara.
go up in and out of my house. I'm so glad that you're staying close to the community. Is there any reason you couldn't be a volunteer and help the committee and attend meetings, but not actually sit as a member of the committee, a voting member of the committee?
Yeah, of course. I think that I am very eager to participate in the Trails Committee meetings. And if that means coming to the meetings and not being on the committee, that is not a problem for me whatsoever.
I really think, I think your knowledge, your cross-country running, your trail running, all of that, the nonprofit you did, I really want you to still stay in Richmond and participate. But if we open the door for any other town to be on our committees, we could have people coming from Burlington to be on our committees, and things like that. And I really think the committee vote and the decisions of committees making recommendations to the select board should stay with Richmond residents, but I welcome you to participate in those meetings because those committees are totally open to your ideas, your volunteerism and things like that. So I really want to thank you. Sad you didn't get a home in Richmond when you just bought, but I'm glad you're close and I really appreciate you stepping up. But it really sets a precedent that you're coming from Williston, so now that's not even like it's, the rec group that we created for the MMYBL and the MMY, all the different other MMY stuff. So thanks, Ben. I appreciate it. I hope you come and participate in the public hearings for them.
In Ben's defense, he can't see Williston from his house, but he has a great view of Richmond.
Josh, what kind of financial recommendations and decisions is the Trails Committee generally making? Because I know that was one of the big concerns of the rec committee is that they were making financial recommendations to us. And so it'd be, people that didn't have a vested financial interest in town making financial recommendations.
That's a good question. I don't know exactly how many they've made over the past number of years, but
Is it similar to the rec committee or less or more?
They get into bridges and.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's
Some-
true. Yeah, those, and I know they've got,
Contract.
they got to rebuild the Johnny Brook Trail that we're working with them on. No, not Johnny Brook, Old Jericho Road Trail
Right.
from the FEMA flooding. So they do get into some larger numbers.
I think as an advisor or as a expert,
Non-voting member.
perfect term. Would you be satisfied being a non-voting member, but still giving us all your expertise?
Surely.
Okay,
So if that is the will of the board, the motion would be to appoint Ben Feinson to the Trails Committee as a non-voting member. I guess there really wouldn't be a term expiration on that because there'd be a non-voting member, but I guess that could be subject to the motion maker.
and I think with our appreciation.
David, I make a motion to appoint Ben Feinson as a non-voting member to the Trails Committee for a period of
Terms run to 2026.
what's the standard terms? Are they like 2-4 years?
Well, I think it's an open seat, so it's term runs to
I'd say
2026.
for 3 years,
And that doesn't count towards a quorum, right?
it wouldn't count towards a
Right.
quorum.
Okay.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, are we comfortable with the motion as presented? Any further questions? Any comments?
I would say that, or is that a comment for everybody?
Sure.
I just say the town would be really lucky to have him participate in any way. He's
I
he's
agree.
a very, very dedicated former town resident and family member and knows the trails really well and is incredibly respectful of landowners, which is and uses, multiple use and things like that. I think he would have a very good perspective and be a huge asset.
Thank you. Absent any further discussion, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, aye?
Lisa, aye?
Bart, aye?
Jay, aye.
And David, I. Ben, thank you for volunteering your time and coming forward and helping our town.
And welcome aboard.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have consideration of approval of a request from the Project All Together Now Vermont to utilize community well-being funds. Josh, did you want to speak to this? Does anybody have any questions?
Actually, I think should be a representative from All Together Now.
Stephanie here.
No, it was, I didn't write the person's name down. Where's the application? All right, is anybody here from Altogether now? I thought there was, and I'm Addie Crary. Addie had said she was going to be here to talk through this. I'm not really prepared to present on their behalf.
Okay.
Let's put it towards the end.
Or should we just table it until our next meeting?
We do have a pretty full agenda tonight, so.
Yeah,
I would be open to that.
table.
You need a motion?
Move to table this item. C to our next select board meeting
On Monday, the 21st,
on Monday, the 21st.
not the
Date
special budget
certain.
meeting. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll
Thanks.
second.
Okay, so the motion is to table this request from the project Altogether Now Vermont to utilize well-being funds until the
Meeting on the
10/21
21st. Yes, sir.
select board meeting. Motion has been made and seconded.
And can we also amend the motion to say, with the presence of a representative?
I don't see why not.
So you'll second the amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. Absent any further discussion, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Art, aye?
Jay, aye.
And David, I. Thank you. Okay. Josh, are you ready to give us an update on speed enforcement on Hinesburg Road?
How good it is.
Sure. So since the last meeting, I've talked to Chief Cambridge. We had a little bit more focus on sort of the morning and evening rush hours is the time when there is most concern about speeding on Hinesburg Road. So patrols have increased during those times in an effort to try to have a more police presence. We've talked about engine brakes. The board wanted to hear from both Chief Cambridge and Road Foreman Pete Goslin on signage around engine brakes. Neither one of them is in favor of putting up signs that can't be enforced. And since they're a legally allowed safety device, they would really be more of a request rather than an enforceable sign. Chief Cambridge does note that, you know, he occasionally is in favor of those types of signage if the public feels it would be helpful. We followed up on the speed study that did encompass the entire stretch of Hinesburg Road from the intersection of Huntington Road to the town line with Hinesburg. They only reduced the speed limit from Huntington Road to just south of Mansfield Way. I reached back out to CCRPC to see if they could freshen up the speed study. It was done in 2021. There was probably still some altered travel habits due to COVID. So perhaps it is good to look back at that now, 3 years later, to see has anything changed with existing conditions or speeds that are being traveled on the road. They're going to take that under consideration and get back to me. And we are moving forward with CCRPC conducting a safety audit of phase corners. We met out in the field with them, I think 2 weeks ago. So we should be seeing something from them on phase corners within a couple of weeks. I would imagine that we'll come back to the board. That's not the whole stretch of road, but one spot in particular that is challenging.
Mr. Chairman, I would think that the speed study has a chance of changing things, given that the speed drops, it goes up at the Hinesburg. When you go from Hinesburg into Richmond, the speed limit goes up on the same stretch of road, and I don't think you can make a good case for that. So hopefully the state will examine that.
Any further comments? Okay. Are we ready to talk about pickleball?
When are we not ready to talk about pickleball?
Do we have people from the Parks Committee who want to talk about pickleball? Come forward.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you for coming.
Have you missed us?
Yes,
You've been busy.
we'd much rather talk about pickleball than some of the other things.
Do you want to join us too, or is that after the fact?
I was just,
Is he here? No?
well,
Oh, he's on. Okay.
is he on? Okay, there he is. I didn't see, I was just texting him to find out if he was on. But yeah, I mean, he invited Duncan to participate tonight because he was very involved in reviewing. Let me tee this up. So we went out to RFP for pickleball courts. I was the direction of the select board based on the recommendation of the parks committees, looking into how to spend the ARPA money. We sent it out to a number of different potential vendors. We received one bid back. It was for $144,911. Duncan started to go through that along with Tess and some other members of the Parks Committee to ask some questions. In the packet is an overview of some of the timeline and the questions and the answers that were received on pickleball courts from the vendor. So I've asked Duncan to be here tonight to answer questions. I know he went through that in a lot of detail, as well as the three folks with us from the Parks Committee. So just to sort of tee it up, now I can turn it over to Denise if
Yes.
they'd like to, or if Duncan, I don't know.
Duncan, want to add anything else before we start talking?
No, I think we have everything right there. It's
Perfect.
teed up.
Okay. The three of us are here tonight on behalf of the Three Parks Committee. As Josh had said, we received one bid. It was not our low bid that we were hoping for, but it's my understanding that the next day, two other bidders came in with bids. But we were not able to use them, of course, because they were a day late. So initially, we had budgeted for $114,000 for the pickleball courts. The gentleman that did bid was one that we had talked to. He came in
As the high bid before as well.
as the high bid before us for 144,911. So Tess and I did a little road trip a couple weeks ago, and we wanted to see the way different Chittenden County people had put in new pickleball courts. We went to Quinny Club and met with Steve Gonzalez, and then we went to how do you pronounce that?
Szymanski.
Szymanski Park.
Szymanski.
Szymanski Park. And then we also went over to the Edge. And honestly, when I got there, I didn't know the gentleman that was low bid on our project had just installed all their courts and is installing 19 more.
He's installing at the Edge, he's installing 8 outdoor courts, 9 indoor.
Okay, so 8 outdoor, 9, and they're done outside. They're beautiful. We had no idea. I had no idea it was the same person that was our low bid. And
This bit.
this bid.
This bit, yeah.
This bid,
thank
and
you.
the owner just happened to be having lunch outside. They were falling over themselves to say such incredible things about him, how wonderful he was to work with. Duncan had already done all the reference checks on this, so that made us feel good. And what also made me feel better too, is we were looking at sound and talking to the three owners of the 3 different projects. And Quinniasca did their sound a little different. We were gonna put ours on the property line, but he actually put his special trees, and I don't remember what they were called. But he put them around the actual pickleball court, which was beautiful aesthetically, but also he was told by his engineer that they buffer sound better. So that might be something we think about in the future instead of putting on the property line. But we just want to come here. Our whole committee supports this bid. The main thing that we're here for, and we would ask you, is please don't take this from our budgeted money. Would you?
The additional funds.
The additional funds, the 30,915, would you take them from the the ARPA money that sits there and not from our budget? Because we still want to do the new playground at Volunteers Green, and we know that's over $200,000.
It will place us far below that. And so it will limit what we're able to do at Volunteers Green or even discuss doing.
But we are working hard at Volunteers Green. Since we're giving a little update, we've had structural engineers there. And we have a forum coming up for the town of Richmond on October 22nd. John Malazzo will be the moderator to find out what do people in Richmond want at Volunteers Green. So we just want to let you know that's coming down the pike too. But mostly we're here to ask you to take the other 30,000 out of the excess ARPA funds.
Josh, how much do we have left over as a balance that we had allocated for the sidewalk?
Yeah, I was just looking that up. It's a good amount of money. It's probably a couple $100,000.
Oh,
That's a technical term.
But let me
Okay, no.
let me see if I mean,
I
it's,
thought it was a lot less than that.
let me double check where I'm at with the obligation. If I had a spreadsheet going,
While you're looking, David, could I ask a question?
Of course, go ahead, Bart.
Do we have any sense of the anticipated lifespan of the courts?
That's a tough question.
Yeah. This, when I was out looking for quotes, 5 to 7 years seems to be the time. And then they come in and they do a resurfacing. And a relining.
Do we have a sense of what that future maintenance cost might look
Yes.
like?
Yes, from these people, it was 2,000 to 2,500 for each court, but for each court. So in this case,
We estimated at about 10,000.
I'm sorry, I said that wrong. 2,500 to 3,000.
And then the other thing about the gentleman that was low bidder to the town, he was excited about the possibility of possibly starting the project this fall, putting one layer of asphalt in, doing the site work, all the site work, doing one layer, and then the next, in the spring, doing the final layer.
I'm just gonna, I hope this is amusing. He's also the high bidder.
Yeah.
The bidder, the only bidder.
The bidder. Well, he was a low bidder because he was the only bidder.
He's the only bidder, I think is perhaps the most apt description, right?
Looking back at the funds, we had $254,000 allocated for the construction of the Bridge Street sidewalk upper. We did end up overspending a little bit because the grant didn't come through because we had to give it back. But easily $200,000 left over from the sidewalk projects.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion?
Is there, since we're allocating more money to this stuff, is there any chance we can rehash these and make these like multiple use for anything else? This is just so much money to have only pickleball now. Like 115, 114, I'm like, okay, everyone wants this, but like $144,000 for just 4 pickleball courts is like, I know that my desire to play pickleball is not representative of everyone, but I've talked to a ton of people who are like, I'm never gonna play pickleball. Like, can we get a basketball court on top of pickleball court, or can we get a tennis court? I know this is late in the process, so I hate to, people do this to me at my job and I hate it. So I feel for you. Now that I'm on the other end of it, I gotta ask at least.
I'll say when we priced it out, it was an additional 100,000 to do all of them and multi-use. And so that's why we ended up, I don't know if you.
Less than that. That's an answer in my mind.
Well, I think there are graduated responses to that. So an example, if we chose to just put standing basketball courts, basketball hoops is not 100,000. You don't have to line everything is part of my point. You just
So we
put
can
them,
do it as a separate thing too, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
well, you just stick them at the end. I mean, I have a basketball hoop in front of my house that I don't use very much because it's used a lot.
Really?
You haven't used it? You're missing out.
And it didn't cost very much to put that single hoop up. Kara, I think you put up basketball, ignoring the whole court, what do you think it might cost to put up? Just a
You
standing?
come into issues. and you've
Of
got
course
to
you do.
Think about, like, are the nets coming down? Because if you want kids to play basketball, are they gonna use both hoops or are they gonna use one hoop? So you've got a lot of different issues there, but if you're going to want multi-use or even put basketball there, and I'm not opposed to stuff like that, but it means you go back through the whole RFP process and the whole engineered sports process, because it's not just about putting up hoops, because if these have been designed for safety and the right distance for other players, and you've only got 4 people playing pickleball, 2 and 2 versus 10 kids potentially playing, or adults, even adults playing basketball, then you've got a little bit of different situation going on. So Bart, it's not as easy as what you might think it is. And the cost of those, of getting good hoops and not stuff that's gonna have to be replaced, is gonna be up there. So my recommendation is either I got this whole committee that did this, and you didn't task them with making a multi, and you got an RFP out, so either you gotta reverse the RFP and redesign them, but you are talking, I think you'd be looking at, realistically, if you're gonna design something right, you got another 15,000-20,000 on top of the 143.
And then you need another building, because then you'll have to store the nets, all the netting properly. You'll have to have a monitor or something up there to say when it's basketball time and when it's pickleball time. And so that's the area we got in when we started looking at it, the cost versus the cost.
Just a reminder, Adam, I don't remember when this was, but I sort of brought up this topic and folded at least twice in the past.
Bring it up at least once with me around, so. Okay.
That's a good answer for people, it was another $100,000 to make them multi-use.
I think the big thing there is you're gonna have a conflict of use and who
Right.
gets to use it and, I mean, that's just my thought.
Who's speaking for the sound aspects of pickleball?
So the sound aspects, part of our little field trip was to start educating ourselves about sound.
Mhm.
But when we spoke with Steve Gonzalez of Quinny, I felt really good after leaving there because he has a black windscreen up. Plus he has all the arborvitaes, the certain variety of arborvitae that he put around the whole outside. And he had to, I mean, it's from the town of Shelburne, so you can imagine what they had to jump through. But he had to hire an engineer, had to be so many decibels, and everything fit with the town of Shelburne's, all their policies. So I felt better, so much better about the sound after I left.
That's the single most thing that sticks, that I've come across that people object to is that splat sound or whatever you want to call it. I don't think we have any direct input from the neighbors up there in Brown's Court.
They have, some of the neighbors up there have come right out and said, no, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Now, that's not, that's
Well,
not scientific, but we heard
Yeah.
several of them.
I mean, it's something they would have to live with, so.
And in
I do.
one of the first meetings when I was in the select board, one of them came and asked about sound and
Mhm.
there was some stuff proposed and they seemed satisfied with that. I wouldn't say. they
Yeah, I
directly
don't
said that,
know
but
if it's effective, it's kind of late, and if it isn't effective,
think
it's
anyone's-
too late, so.
Immediately brought up that
We'll see.
Yeah.
they're directly concerned about it, but
Hmm.
Are we ready for a
they
motion?
will hear. They are.
Sorry, I might have missed this, just a quick question, Brendan Filkins, are there gonna be lights for the pickleball court?
No.
No.
And may I?
Yes, go ahead.
That was intentional because we didn't want to put a burden on the neighborhood. So we chose not to have lights. And we've even learned through visiting different places and doing research that they have some places like hook up temporary lights, I don't remember what they call them. Portable lights so that they could play after dark. And we're not going to allow that. We're going to put signs up. And we've started making the signs of what's, what time to what time. And I don't know if you've heard in the news a few months ago about, I'm gonna say it again, Semensky Park.
Yeah, they've got it till
They
eight
had no
PM.
rules. And now there's this huge rule sign and it sounds like everybody's adhering to it.
Yeah,
So there's rules. They do have lights. We're not gonna have lights on purpose.
yeah, but Samansky Park, I was there on Sunday, goes till eight PM. So you're not gonna have people playing well into the evening.
Bart?
David, my only point about the usage is I think the hours of usage are framed by our park policies. So there's a broader rubric about who can use what parks when, and I think that's where this properly fits.
And if you don't mind as a board, we would like to come back with some recommendations of different information that we've gathered for different rules before the sign is made to see if you will adopt those rules, just for the protection of the neighbors.
We're ready for a motion?
I don't see why not. Lisa, go ahead.
I'm not ready.
Oh, I thought you liked making motions. Okay.
Sometimes.
I'll make it.
I'll start the motion because this is a way to get to the vote and what we do. So this is Bart, I move to approve entering into an agreement with Vermont Recreational Surfacing and Fencing for the installation of 4 pickleball courts at Brown's Court at a cost not to exceed $144,911.
Thank you, Bard. Do we have a second?
This was jail second.
Thank you, Jay. Any discussion?
What color are they gonna be?
It's a good question, actually.
That's another
Yeah,
reason
That's a
for
good question.
Fair question.
Yeah.
We have a choice of colors. There's blue, there's purple, there's red.
Purple?
Yeah.
I think they should be
there's
purple.
green. No, the
it's
purple are
up to the
in
committee.
charge.
The blue looked amazing, but I'm hoping that our committee can vote on that.
Yes.
If you guys.
I'm
don't
just
mind.
messing with you.
No, seriously, that was one of our field trip, is to look at the different colors.
I would actually kind of wonder if one color lasts longer than another. I'm just wondering, but
The blue seems to look cleaner.
Yeah.
All the time. Some of the other colors, like the green kind of, I don't know, it almost looks a little bit dirty after a
Yeah.
couple of years. Airport Park has blue, and they put theirs in, I want to say, 5 years ago, and they still look nice.
Art? And is the kitchen a different color or is that just
No,
outlined?
No,
It's extra.
again, that would be an extra.
But it would look really good if the kitchen was a different color. So I learned this, the kitchen is the front part of the court.
I was gonna say.
Oh,
So, and many courts have different colors for the kitchen area.
Unnecessary spending. It should be the same color, it's just like a tennis court.
Okay, are we ready to vote on the motion?
yes, sir.
Okay. Absent any further discussion, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, nay.
Lisa, nay.
Sorry.
Bard abstain.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
J.I.
David, I. So it doesn't carry.
Do you want to discuss it further and read
Let's
it?
discuss it further.
I just have my only holdup, I just have a real hard time with the 144 number. And I know that we have a bid process and I know people miss the bid, but knowing what construction's doing this summer and what all these people that are doing site work are absolutely slammed years out. The fact that we set a bid date before didn't we set a bid date before the flooding?
No, I think we got this out after the flooding, and I think there was only one bidder that came in like the next day.
I just have a real, like, I know that I've missed
May
bid
may I
dates.
speak to Adam?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, yeah.
As a very long time Richmond resident, I'm very aware of everything that's gone up in prices and stuff. And I guess I just want to, except for the maintenance down the road, I just want to say that this is not an additional burden on the Richmond taxpayers. This is ARPA money that every single town in every state and in the United States got. So it's not money, it's money we would have gotten anyway. So I just want to make sure that, you know, everyone
point.
listening
That is-
too,
that is
it's
a good
not
point,
1 cent for the Richmond taxpayers. And we've been brutal. And if you had seen some of the tape from our committee meetings, they've been
Knock down, drag
brutal.
out, yeah.
You know, going back and forth and going back and forth and going back and forth. So, we get it, we're listening, we understand where the entire state is coming from, we get it. But that's why we're asking
Here's my-
to take it additionally from the ARPA funds and make another motion for the 30,000.
I was gonna
I
get
guess
to
my,
that.
my big concern isn't the total, knowing that there are likely contractors that can do the same job out there and that we picked a date and there is a date and there's a legal process there, but we're not getting a better product because only one person bid.
And could we save money by using Pete? We don't want to do that. I'm sorry, Pete Goslin, our town, you know, our highway gentleman. We don't want to put the stress on him. He already has so many projects. He's already so behind. You just heard Jay say, we know there's more floods coming down the road.
So my vote to abstain is really, I let go of the multi-use because of like the road that we've traveled to get here. But I was somewhat concerned in a parallel fashion about 2 bids that came in the day later. And
Yeah,
since we
that's my-
can't
that's my
consider
big
them,
concern.
we don't know what they said. It was not a particularly competitive bidding process. And so that's a time-space continuum problem, I
think-
realize.
I think, Duncan, it was only one bid that was a day late, I think, right? I just want to make sure that we're clear.
I've heard two.
No, I think
Oh,
you
maybe
said,
I missed.
I think one person indicated that they
No,
were.
but
No,
both, the bids were a few days late. There was, a few people asking about if it was still available.
oh, okay, sorry.
So my point and why I abstain is I'm concerned that we might have a better deal if we rebid it, but I don't know that to be true. That if these people submitted bids a day or two late, let's just assume they put all the time into preparing their bid already. All you got to do is change the date ostensibly.
Yeah, the only well, I guess the current bidder would have a chance to rebid as well, but
Yeah.
they've sort of shown their hand with their price in a process that was blind to a certain date. So it sort of puts them at a bit of a disadvantage because someone can just go, oh, I'll do it for 10,000 less than that. So just something to
That's true.
consider.
I agree with Josh. The concept of a bid process is you put in your bid and you have to deal with it.
I will say, having been through a bid process numerous times at the state level, this has happened because the state in its bidding document says we reserve the right to reject any and all bids. And if you get one bid, you're then are questioning whether you go with this bid, do we think it's the right product at the right cost? Or what sometimes happens is it goes out to bid again. And I'm not saying that's a great idea. That's just where I'm
So
sort of
this
stuck.
firm bid on the project to us as a committee in January. So here we come back till September. This firm crossed out the number, did a percentage of increase because now it's been over 9 months.
Yep.
That's exactly what's gonna happen again. If you don't get together, have a discussion, and we come to a decision here this evening. That's exactly what's gonna happen. It's gonna continue to go up and up and up.
When your vote?
I mean, I know that if I was running my company, which I do every day, and I asked 4 drywall companies to give me a bid and one came back because I picked a random date, I would say, wow, I messed up picking a date. I should probably, like, I wouldn't pick that. I don't do it that way because I know that's not where the industry's at. Everyone's overwhelmed. This is not a big project from the scope of a site work and asphalt paving company. So it's not something they're gonna jump on and throw the office at to do. It's something that one guy like me is gonna do, and I get overwhelmed. And so I have a real hard time taking one bidding on when knowing that we'd have other estimates. But it's not that I'm not fundamentally opposed to being pickleball there, because I know I'd asked other questions about that. It's not, the multi-use is not a concern to me. I think that was a good explanation. It's really the one bid thing. It's a sticking point for me.
Kara?
Carol Levanti, having been an ARPA committee member who actually started the whole helping decide how funds were going to be spent, doing the whole survey for the whole town and the cards, the mailers and all of that, public hearings. We heard that they wanted more recreational activities. We've spent $500,000 on the Andrews Forest, which now you guys have a lot of controversy going on, who can use what up there and how and all that. So I can relate to you guys trying to think and be fiscally responsible. My question is directly to Adam and directly to Bard. Do you want this to go back out to RFP? Is that what you're looking to do? Like Bard has said, like the state has said, is that all you, is this committee who has spent a lot of time on this and it's been talked about at town meeting and everything, needs to feel like you guys are going to do something when they've spent hours and days of their lives volunteering for this town, only to come here and you go, we only got one bid.
That's a good point.
We're not accepting it. Well, if you're not going to accept it, what's your policy and where are you going? That's my first question.
What would be a realistic legal and practical timeline to get a rebid? Like, could we do that in 2 weeks, or is that completely unrealistic?
Yeah, I think we could do it fairly quickly if we're not
If we could do it
changing.
by
If we're
next
not,
meeting,
if-
I would be comfortable.
I mean, if we're not, well,
Longer than that, I think that.
if we're not changing the RFP at all, I mean, we do put that into our contracts as well. We can reject any and all bids. Duncan, how long did we give between issuing the bid and responses last time? Do you recall?
I mean, it's usually a couple of weeks, but it's, once again, that's the whole part of the bid process. You're putting people in a tough situation where they're running their business and they got to put together a bid.
Yeah, I'm leery about rebidding it. I mean, we put it out to bid and I'm not happy we only got one bid back, but it sounds like the one bid we got back is the guy.
I have a question for Denise. Do you think that this contractor is going to do it? Like, if all of their bids came back close and even if they were a little high, would you think this is the best contractor to go with for this project?
After our field trip, absolutely.
Okay.
And with the response that Duncan got, and then we didn't even know that they were the owners of Twin Oaks. There was the CEO and the CFO, even. I don't know. There were 2 different people and they couldn't say enough about this gentleman. And it was kind of interesting because the gentleman that is the head of the entire pickleball program is a resident of Richmond, which we didn't know. So all these things kept falling into place. I'm like, oh my God.
So in a sense, the other bodies who went with him have done some of the research for us because they elected him after doing their bid processes. Now that's maybe a little specious,
And
but
you as a select board, I mean, you have chosen bidders that have not been the low bidders. We did it on mow and maintain because their references were so fantastic and the low bidders references were not so stellar.
That's exactly what's coming to mind for me. That's what I was thinking about.
Penny?
Yes, I just want to advocate for the quality
Mhm.
of having pickleball courts being built well. Twin Oaks is a tennis club that has been there since the seventies, early seventies. They were one of the first and one of the best tennis clubs around. And they don't do anything unless it's done well. It's not a cheapy kind of place. And I would suspect that a lower bidder, I don't know this for a fact, but if this company is doing work for Twin Oaks, you can be sure that the courts will be done well and to the quality that you want them done, which I think is really, really important. If you're gonna put this in our town, it should be done well, and this isn't taxpayer money, do it well. We've
Well,
needed recreation facilities for a
but-
long time.
But
And
once
this is
removed.
a great opportunity that I see. Why mess this up? The homework has been done. They have done their homework. It's really.
And will they do the maintenance in 5 to 7 years? The same company do the maintenance and retop and stuff?
That's a test question.
I'm sorry, I'm hard.
Oh,
Will they
sorry.
do the
Will the
maintenance?
same company do the maintenance in however many years when we need to do that?
Yes, I mean, they can.
Okay.
You're not necessarily obligated.
We could choose to
build
build
the
it.
same.
Okay.
Bart?
I
So-
think I'm, oh, go ahead, Bart.
I'm sorry, you weren't done.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to recommend that we perhaps recall the question and revote it.
I'd be open to just making the motion again.
So it's a good point. The previous motion failed. So we make the same or a different motion procedurally.
So I'd be open to entertaining a second motion.
I mean, I think I'm. Based on
So-
everything I've heard, I think I'm in favor of it, so.
If I could,
Go ahead.
I will move to approve entering into an agreement with Vermont Recreational Surfacing and Fencing for the installation of 4 pickleball courts at Browns Court at a cost not to exceed $144,911.
Thank you, Bard. Do we have a second?
Adam, will second.
Thank you, Adam. Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Steve, I do have a question for you on that motion. Do you have the ability to amend it to say where the funds are coming from? Or will that be after this motion? Will you be able to tell this committee that they can continue on with a certain dollar amount?
I was going to ask for a second motion
Thank
after.
you.
I wanted to see where this one went first.
Thank you.
Or should we just amend the motion or you
No, we can do a second motion. Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, no?
Bart abstain.
J.I.
David, aye.
It passes.
So, having done that, there is the $30,915 donut hole.
That's a big donut hole.
That is. We had earmarked less than that, so a suggestion was made to fill that gap with anticipated revenue from the canceling of the sidewalk project, and Josh has said there is a significant amount of money there. Would anybody entertain a motion to pull $30,915 out of the ARPA funds that were earmarked for the Bridge Street sidewalk project?
I guess I move to allocate $30,915 from the unallocated ARPA funds to cover the difference in the bid cost.
The allocation to,
Oh, yeah, sorry, the allocation to the Parks Committee.
I think that's the right framing, isn't it?
No, you can continue with your projects. That's sort of the same budgeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Bart.
The second part was just a comment about the budgeting. Put the
There's one-
5 sentences.
Where that fit.
Just rambling.
It was 114 was your estimate initially.
Yes.
That's a little bit different.
So it's actually 30,911, just to
Oh,
the $4.
I was off
right?
by $4.
That was my math too.
I amend the motion to be $30,911.
And I second the amended motion.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to allocate $30,911 from revenue that was set aside for the Bridge Street.
That's how it is said. It's unobligated ARPA funds. It's silent on
Okay,
that
yeah,
it come
Yeah.
from. Bridge Street or
Unobligated.
something else.
right, thank you. So the motion is to take $30,911 from unallocated ARPA funds to bridge the gap to match the bid because we had allocated less than this. Little rough, but that's the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, abstain?
Art, I.
Jay, I.
David, aye.
It doesn't make sense.
So just a comment, since we're entering budgeting season, so this is to the select board and the 3 Parks Committee. We may want to add a line in our budget going forward for maintenance of the new infrastructure that we're putting into the parks and label them. So we have a line item for pickleball maintenance. We have a line item for.
Is your thought that we put aside 1/6 of the projected maintenance cost each year to create like a capital fund?
Well, I'm not specifying an amount, but I think we should fund this going forward. We do have a decent town asset now that needs to be maintained. I just want to be thoughtful and mindful of properly maintaining that going forward. Bart?
I agree. I would suggest we not have specific line items associated with specific infrastructure that we have. Like park and recreation management, operations and management, something that's a little more generic. Because otherwise we fall into the trap of saying, well, what's for this? What's for the building? What's for, I think it should be a more inclusive dollar figure across the operations and maintenance of our parks.
Give us more flexibility too as things come up. And
Mr. Chair, could I also include monument cleaning, tree trimming and servicing,
Benches, the bench.
the benches, resurfacing of the, so all those things, so they don't get forgotten like they have for the last 20 years. Thank you.
40 years.
40, I was being nice.
Right here,
Nice.
right here, 50s.
You do have a you have a line item already in your budget for your parks maintenance. And I think you've tasked this committee with coming back with what that number should be. You just need to let them know what date you need that number by for them to have placed in your park. You have a rec park budget already. It had like $3,000 or $5,000. I think it was 5,000 that was supposed to be spent per year that wasn't being spent at all. So you have a line already.
Thank you, Kara. Tyler, go ahead.
One thing too, guys, just to bear in mind is that we are still going to have to get it permitted. I don't know exactly if it's just going to be just a straight CME zoning permit or if it's going to have to go to the Development Review Board. But we do want to bear that in mind that, you know, we are going to need to have that permitted before we can go forward with actually constructing the courts. And I just wanted to point that out before we got too ahead of ourselves. That's all.
Thank you, Tyler.
May I ask a question? Should we do the pickleball separate and then the parking lot separate, or do you want to see it as one cohesive document?
It depends on, to be honest, I looked at this months ago at this point, so I would have to kind of refamiliarize myself exactly with what we would need to do.
I can bring you pictures of the previous parking lot.
Yep. No, and I think we talked about that, you know, in the past of whether or not we can just say, so what's maintenance, what's not, what's going to have to get approved by the DRB if it does. I'll be happy to set up a time, Denise, to go over that.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Tyler. Anything else? Thank you. I think we made some progress tonight. Thanks for all your hard work and putting all of this together and getting a project shovel ready.
Thank you all.
Next is we're on to item F, update on the Cochran Road corridor study, which focuses on improvements to safety, comfort, and mobility for non-motorized users. Welcome, Keith.
Good evening, and what a fine one it is.
What's in the jar?
Whiskey. Over here, a little homebrew.
The delivery on that was perfect.
Thank you, appreciate it. Obviously, we're here for the Cochran Road.
Yes.
Study here, and we do have our consultants and CCRTP lined up. We have a presentation for you, and I shall turn it over to Jason.
Thanks, Keith. Appreciate you all having us. I'm Jason Shrest, a Senior Transportation Planning Engineer with the Chittenden County Regional Planning Commission. And this is a project that was requested by the town as part of our work program. It's been stalled out for a little bit, given recent happenings with the Transportation Committee, but we're happy to hear that the Select Board has agreed to now be the advisory committee for this project. So thank you for that. And we have hired WSP for this work. And tonight's presentation is kind of a reintroduction into the project. And we'll talk a little bit about some things we'd kind of like to explore as part of an alternatives analysis. And with that, I will introduce Eric Maki from WSP. I see Annabelle is here as well. And Eric, I think you could take it away from here before I steal any more of your thunder.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jason. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Can you guys see that now?
No.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I had to hit one more button.
Yeah. Okay, we have it.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. So as Keith and Jason just mentioned, we are kind of rebooting the study that we had started earlier. I know I only have about 20 minutes, so I'll try to walk you through this pretty quickly, but definitely feel free to stop me if you have any questions. So we're going to go over the general project context, the goals. We're going to give a little recap of the local concerns meeting and the feedback that we got at that meeting. Then we'll go through a draft purpose and need statement that we've crafted. And then we'll start this discussion, as Jason mentioned, on some of the alternatives that we're going to be digging into a little bit more after we get some feedback and direction. So the project that we're doing is a scoping study for the two village areas at either end of Cochran Road. It does not include, on the Richmond side, it doesn't include the intersection with Bridge Street itself, but it starts immediately after the intersection. So scoping study at either end for improvements. And then in the middle of Cochran Road proper, it's more like a feasibility study to take the next step from the bike, walk, and trails report to investigate and think about different alternatives that can be done for the middle section, but not quite as much detail as the scoping study on either end. And then we've also been asked just in general to look at some of the traffic calming improvements that have been installed. At the time when we started this previously, they weren't installed yet, so we were supposed to be giving some feedback on the locations. But now that they have been installed, we're just going to give feedback on how we think they are operating or how they might be improved, as well as feedback from the residents as well. So the project goals for the village sections, identifying new infrastructure such as sidewalks or paths that can be incorporated to help with connectivity. For the corridor segment in the middle, identifying on and off-road improvements and multimodal strategies that address the safety, capacity, and connectivity issues that were brought up in the bike, walk, and trails plan. And then, as I just mentioned, evaluating the traffic calming measures and recommending additional solutions or maybe additional devices. So we had a local concerns meeting back in April, on April 9th, and the feedback that we got from that meeting included just general unsafe conditions for all the road users. The road is narrow, there's no shoulders, there's no sidewalks. There's not even sometimes a level surface adjacent to the road. And the speed of the cars is challenging, especially in sections with limited sight distance based on the horizontal or vertical curvature of the roadway. As we know, in the two village ends, the speed limit is posted at 25 miles per hour, and there are traffic calming devices, but the midsection is posted at 45 miles an hour. We heard that there was limited parking near some of the resources and trails available on the corridor. It runs along the river. A lot of people like to walk and bike on this section of road in the town. And of course, we are aware of the flooding issues, the floodplain issues with this being right adjacent to the river. We were asked to think about right-of-way constraints because the right of way is typical of a typical Vermont roadway. It's 3 rods. It's 49.5 feet, and we have a paved width of about 22 to 24 feet. So it does certainly have some space within the right of way, but maybe not as much depending on the alternatives that we want to do. And then generally that the village areas lack sidewalk and parking. So that was the feedback that we got from the local concerns meeting. Moving on, after that, we drafted this, we created this draft purpose and needs statement. So this is a statement that identifies the purpose of the study and how we can judge our alternatives based on the needs that have been identified for the project. So for a purpose statement, we have that the purpose of this project is to develop and identify a recommended alternative for Cochran Road and that improves safety, comfort, and mobility for non-motorized users along the corridor and expand access to recreational facilities. And the need statement is that Cochran Road is considered deficient based on the narrow roadway width, the vehicle speeds, and the alignment. The roadway has 2 travel lanes with no shoulders or sidewalks. The numerous recreational uses attract a variety of motorized and non-motorized users. However, residents are concerned about high traffic speeds, lack of space for pedestrians and cyclists, and limited parking at the recreational sites along the corridor. So those are the needs that we developed based on the feedback from the local concerns meeting. And we would just ask the board and the people in attendance just to think if there are any other needs that we missed or things that you think of should be added to the purpose and need statement. That'll help guide us through the alternatives development and make sure that we're developing alternatives that take care of the needs that have been identified. So from there is just a basic overview of the study area. We've got the Richmond section to the west labeled as A. That's generally the 25-mile-per-hour segment at the west end. Segment B is the Jonesville end, which is the village sections in that 25-mile-per-hour zone. And that section C is the middle section of Cochran Road proper, which is at the 45 miles per hour. And it's approximately 2.5 miles long. So as we start to develop concepts and alternatives, this is generally the statement of what our purpose is, to identify, develop typical sections. That is figures that show the layout of the roadway with the width of the lanes and the widths of the sidewalks and where they're situated in a cross-sectional view. The dimensions, roadway crossings, transitions, meaning like transitions from non-sidewalk areas to sidewalk areas or across the street or transitioning from a sidewalk to a path, including making sure we are in compliance with the ADA criteria for accessible paths and routes. And then identifying things like impacts to existing facilities or construction impacts, utility impacts, and then coming up with some preliminary project costs. And then just based on the alternatives, identifying anything else that might be appropriate for that specific alternative. So just briefly walking through, as we start to develop information, we'll start to generate slides and pictures and content in a design format that we can present at future meetings. So this is the west end at the Richmond Village end with just a photo showing Cochran Road looking in the east direction, which just illustrates the roadway with no other facilities really. And that's the basic problem that we're trying to solve is safe pedestrian and non-motorized connectivity through this part of the town. We'll start to develop some concept. This is just a basic concept with a GIS property line map showing the general property line and right-of-way layouts. There's the speed hump that's there now is depicted in that orange. There's a speed feedback sign. So we'll be collecting these existing features and detailing them on these plans and figures. And we can start to think about things like maybe at Round Church Road, putting some curb extensions just as a way to keep vehicles that are coming out of that road, even though it's a low number of vehicles, operating slowly and with a purposeful turn, instead of a lot of street junctions are very like wide, generous corners that allow drivers to just get a little bit more speed, and they don't have to think as much when they're making the turn because it's so easy. And that just generally increases the speed of vehicles on the road and the mindset of the drivers. So we can think about maybe some curb extensions and adding some crosswalks there as we add some sidewalks just depicted in blue. We'll look at some of the constraints and try to identify the best, the sides of the road and who the sidewalks are serving and what's the best disposition of those to achieve the goals that that we have laid out. So the crosswalk treatment, for example, could start to portray to the drivers that they're in this village section, there's going to be crossings, and then there's a speed hump up ahead, and then potentially there's another crosswalk or series of crosswalks for the different sections of the roadway. When we think about sidewalks, we'll talk about should they be up against the curb or separated, similar to the sidewalks on Bridge Street in the downtown proper. You know, they're separated. There's a grass strip that also allows you to place utility poles and hydrants and traffic signs and things like that. But more importantly, it moves the pedestrian away from the street, so it's more comfortable and you feel more safe. But there's different options depending on the constraints that we come upon. Heading down to the Jonesville end, another picture here as well, illustrating part of the problem and the need, that it's just roadway with no sidewalk, no shoulder. People use it now, but they've told us they don't feel comfortable biking or walking because there's no safe space if needed. So again, we'll start to develop some plans and figures to help with the discussion, and we could think about the current speed humps that are there in orange, the three of them, thinking about how to connect this village area. The green dots just represent West White Hill and Dugway Road. Maybe there's some curb extension treatments that happen there to also help further slow down vehicles as sort of a traffic calming feature as well. And looking at that a little closer here at Dugway, for example, it's a excuse me, you know, wide open, generous curb radiuses, so we could try to narrow those down. That's for vehicles turning onto the road and coming off of the road also. So, you know, a lot of the cars using the village area are the residents themselves. So when you have the mindset that you're going to have to make a little bit of a slower turn on or off the street, then you're also slowing down, you know, 100 feet prior to the turn. So we can affect some traffic calming in these sections of the roadway as we develop these alternatives. Same thing at West White Hill Road. You know, these are minor things, but it does affect the turning and the cars in this local proximity. We're at the bridge also, we can look at maybe some pavement marking treatments and signing to help just notify drivers about sharing the road, and that there's a space for cyclists that they need to be aware of. Sorry, hit the page up all the way up. As we also look at the Bombardier Field, potentially, you know, we've heard that during the COVID period there was more allowable use on that field, and there was some temporary parking there. I think some people voiced that they would love to have more parking there on a permanent basis. So is there a natural way to do that? Maybe with a gravel shoulder that's pervious, you know, that is more of a natural treatment that is in keeping with the center. So we'll be providing some examples of those sorts of things that we can chat about a little bit more. And then Cochran Road itself, You know, 49.5 feet wide. It is a minor collector, but it is 45 miles per hour, which is, you know, pretty high speed. There's not so many driveway conflicts, but it's such a narrow road with some vertical and horizontal jogs in the roadway that, you know, potentially can we look at changing and reducing the speed? That would be something that I would be interested to look at. There is a sign at the Richmond end that it's a designated truck route with a 24,000 pound limit on the trucks. But so these are figures from the bike, walk, and trails plan, outlining a couple of alternatives that were previously discussed and wanting to have more exploration. So this one is a small portion of sidewalk, but then more of a natural surface trail following some of the existing trails through the area by the river. So this would be more of an off-street natural trail alternative. And then the second one that was brought up in the report was more of a multi-use path that was closer in proximity to the roadway itself. You know, which side of the road should it be on? How many crossings should there be? What's the width and type of that surface? So, you know, digging into more alternatives and presenting some more features, we could think about simply putting gravel shoulders on each side, maybe like a compacted stone dust surface that is a walkable and a rideable surface. I've got one of those in my town on a rail trail that's compacted stone dust. And there's actually a horse farm too. So it's it's an all-purpose trail. And a lot of people do like that it's a softer surface compared to pavement, and it's pervious. So in this particular example, it was an example of a very narrow road, less than 20 feet, where the shoulder is also needed for cars to move out of the way from two cars passing. But we don't have that situation, but just the graphical image of maybe having a natural trail surface or shoulder surface that could allow walking or parking is something that we should consider. Another one is simply widening Cochran Road a little bit more to have an actual shoulder that can be used for biking. These examples have also a rumble strip that's put after the striped line. And then what the pictures up top show is that you can have a variable width buffer that's painted to provide a little bit more comfort to the riders, depending on how much you're willing to widen the road. But in combination with some widening for something like this, we could also think about maybe narrowing the striped lanes, maybe to 10.5 feet. From 11, it gets us an extra foot to play with, but it's not that significant. So there's some guidance that we'll work with as far as the width of these shoulders. Although Cochran Road is a minor collector, it's based on this particular federal highway guidebook. With the speed and the volume, it operates more like a major collector in that case. So the width of that shoulder should be at least 6.5 feet. And then we could think about, how much of it is an additional buffer that gets put in. And of course, a multi-use path is totally separated from the roadway. It's really the ultimate in comfort and convenience. And it also, as shown in this picture, it helps encourage youth riders because you're more away from the street. People generally just feel more comfortable using a path system like this, but there are impacts to right-of-way, and there's certainly some challenges along the Cochran Road corridor with grading and some of the floodplain issues. There's quite a drop-off in some areas on the river side of the roadway. So how can we stay involved? We're planning on future meetings. I'm not sure if these dates are really set in stone yet. We'll work with Keith and Jason, and we can update Josh on the guidance of the schedule, but we'll be preparing these different alternatives and looking at things from an engineering perspective as far as what kind of impacts we might have from grading and drainage and some of the swales and things that are out there today, so that we can make an informed concept. And we look forward to coming back in front of the board with more progress as the time goes on. And that's really it. That's all I had for a presentation. I'd love to take any questions or get any of your initial feedback.
A couple of quick questions. This is Bard. First, thanks so much for doing this. And I will say, I personally find the maps really helpful. I have one sort of engineering protocol question. I note that at the end of Round Church Road, there's a crosswalk that connects to nothing. And at some point in the past, people have talked about you don't do crosswalks unless there's sidewalks on both ends. So
yeah, I think the intent on that graphic was to, there would in that case be some section of sidewalk that continues on that side of the roadway. Unless we decided that it wasn't needed, then we would probably take away the crosswalk.
Okay, so that answers my question. That generally crosswalks are used not just for traffic calming, but to connect sidewalks, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
So then my other question has to do with the right of way. And should I construe that the, what is it, magenta lines, the dark red lines here in the various maps show where the rights of way for the existing Cochran Road exist? Is that a fair assumption based on what I see?
That's correct. Yeah, this is from a GIS mapping system. So I think it's probably a fair representation of the property lines. One of the things that we intended to do was to see if we can get some actual plans for Cochran Road from the town, if they're available. And that might delineate that a little bit more.
Cool. So that was my follow-up question, because when we talked about this hypothetically some time ago, we bumped into, or the questions were, where do the rights of way actually sit relative to the properties? And living within that envelope obviously has advantages. And then the other one, which I think you mentioned, there are some topographical or geographic features that at different parts of the road, it kind of drops off, which makes widening the road burdensome. I will only note that when we talked with the Agency of Transportation, I'm going to observe that the State Agency of Transportation would have deeper pockets than the town of Richmond. They were not inclined to deal with widening of Route 2 between the village and the park and ride because of the cost of extending fill to widen the shoulders. So that leads me to conclude that widening shoulders on steep slopes is a particularly financially burdensome endeavor.
Right, I would agree. So as we continue to look into this, we're probably going to be developing an alternative that could be more of a hybrid, where it might have to have a certain section of on-street use. And then once we can get past those constraints, we can open the road up to these gravel shoulders or paved shoulders in areas that are a little more financially feasible and engineering feasible. So I think as we do our assessment and we go down the corridor, we're certainly going to outline those concerns, and that's going to be part of the discussion of these alternatives that we develop.
That's great, because I think that characterizes this as you presented it. This is really preliminary conceptual, and as you get further down the road, as it were, certain options will tend to remove themselves from consideration from practical or financial terms. And
right.
They'll be arguably with a smaller set of options. And then
for example, there's a segment where there's guardrail on both sides where you've got a slope that goes up, probably near Cochran ski area, and then there's a downslope on the other side. And you're constrained for hundreds of feet with that guardrail, and that's likely not going to change.
All right, that's fair. And then the other thing my wheels were turning. We just spent a long time talking about roughly $30,000 in federal money. I think the budget for some of these items is likely going to be daunting, but we'll want to get at least broad estimates pretty early to know what seems feasible and desirable to the voters and what does not.
Right, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind as we as we work on these different examples and alternatives with you and outline, that's the point of the study, is really to outline these constraints and impacts and things that are going to cost money that we know might be a showstopper. Why continue to pursue those? But that's part of the process.
Thanks for your work on this, Jay.
Yeah.
So I know this is preliminary, and I know there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle here. The thing that I like the best is the proposed multi-use trail along the length of Cochran Road. But as Bart has just said, I cannot imagine how we could possibly build that given the state's attitude toward widening shoulders and using fill to make the roadbed wider. But giving people, horse riders, runners, rollerbladers, walkers, a safe place to walk is pretty much my highest priority there. The multi-use trail that goes over by the river has been used by a lot of people on foot, but it's not really, it can get muddy, it can get marshy. It's not something that, it's very uneven. And it also has the drawback of not being in the public view. So that I know there are some women who will not use it because they don't feel safe there. So all this comes up to some pretty high hurdles that we're going to have to get over somehow. But I'm very grateful for all of your work, and I'm hoping that we can, as this goes forward, that we can, build a foundation under some of these ideas.
Lisa?
Yeah, exactly. I do get the feeling that we'll end up with some sort of hybrid concepts that just because of all the constraints. I was just out there on Saturday walking around and driving, and I notice more things every time I'm out there. So it's, the drainage swales, the ditches, you can see the impacts from the flooding. Didn't look, it looked like it was very muddy and wet down there, as an example, on that section near the river. I was thinking, well, naturally, people probably walk there easier than they could bike just because of the condition of the terrain. But I was surprised at how high the drop off was in some cases too. It was more than I expected.
Lisa?
Eric, I got a question for you. This is Lisa Miller. There's a group in Richmond that you'd probably want to talk to. I think for sure would want to talk to you. Towards the east end of Cochran Road, there's an annual migration across the road of things that hatch on the south side of the road and walk
Frogs and
across.
salamanders, yeah.
Yeah, the group is called Save Our Salamanders. And I don't know if there's any kind of features that you can provide that would ease that crossing, but it's a pretty tough, it's a tough go for the critters because they all get squashed by cars that travel back and forth. They're a lot bigger. They would be glad to give you input if there's any kind of, low cost design changes or features you could add that help that or facilitate it. They'd be thrilled to be doing everybody. So.
No, that's great. Yeah, I have worked on some railroad projects before where they do have a sort of method of creating a big Y type fence that can kind of corral them into more like a drainage pipe that goes under the road, but it has catch basin opening grates on top so they can have some daylight and air and things as they pass underneath. So I think there has been some development of devices like that.
All right, if you don't mind, I'll tell them to get a hold of you. Would that be appropriate? And
yeah, certainly. Yeah, through Keith or through
information.
Jason as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Now that brings up an idea. We've often talked, and David and I were actually just messaging about it, about the idea of a monorail and how that's really too expensive for Richmond's budget. But perhaps on a smaller scale, a monorail could be used to move the frogs and amphibians.
They're only this big, yeah.
Right.
Jason, go ahead.
Yeah. You have to catch them and put them in, give them a ticket. No. Thank you, Eric.
Jason, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify something earlier about the crosswalks and in the absence of sidewalks. And that is something that VTrans would allow per their guidelines for pedestrian crossing treatments. The shoulder would just have to be of an adequate width. So if we had a sufficient enough shoulder, I think 3 feet might be the minimum. Don't quote me on that. We could still have a crosswalk across the road.
Okay, thank you. Kara?
I gotta come up so you can hear me because there's no microphone over there. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate that. Eric, thank you for your presentation. A couple of things I wanted to point out and make sure that you have the correct information for on the Jonesville end of the Jonesville Village area that they're discussing. Where you talk about Bombardier Meadow and parking spaces that are no longer being used after the time period following COVID. You talked about expanding the shoulders, maybe graveling more of the shoulders. You need to be aware that the select board has banned parking in that area on both sides of the road. So you need to get that information and have that updated in your presentation because both sides of the road now are banned from the Jonesville Bridge to the Huntington Bridge on the one side, I think a certain section of that and a certain section on the opposite side of the road. So just to update your data. Second piece was the truck route sign that you said was on the Richmond end. There's also a truck route sign on the Jonesville end. So it's on both ends of Cochran Road. As the CCRPC in the presentation that you're working on, is part of your presentation going to give us potential funding opportunities? Or is it just for design and estimations?
I think at this point it is just on concept development and preliminary estimates. Not on funding.
Does CCRPC do that for other projects, help find funding from federal, state, anywhere else but?
Yep,
local?
that is something that we do. That is something that we helped the town out with Bridge Street, which, you know, unfortunately didn't move forward, but that is something, you know, we can point you to the various grant sources that are out there to compete for.
Thank you so much. And my final and last question is regarding the speed bumps that are humps. Are you calling them humps or bumps? H or B?
Tables.
They're not tables. H or B? Humps or bumps?
Oh, come on.
I see it more as a hump.
Okay, thank you. I want to use the correct terminology for you because I worked in downtown Burlington and Pine Street just got speed tables put on it.
Big speed tables.
Yes, big speed tables, and so did other towns have bigger speed tables. My question is with these humps, are your speed slowing mechanisms required to reduce below the speed limit or to reduce to go the speed limit?
They should be to go the speed limit. Unless we think the speed limit is too high and we think it should be lowered, then we would revise the speed humps appropriately to yield the speed that we want on the roadway.
But you legally have to reduce the speed limit to make a speed bump, reduce the speed, correct?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you repeat the question?
Here's my concern. The town of Richmond has installed speed humps that are not engineered. So I hope you're going to relook at the engineering of those because it makes you drop from a 25-mile-per-hour zone to 13 to 15 miles per hour to go over it at a reasonable speed based on the design of the humps. Now, I appreciate our town highway group putting in those humps, not engineered, just putting them in, but I'm concerned that they have not been designed properly to go 25 miles per hour over them. So if we're going to make a hump something that makes us have to reduce our speed to 15 miles per hour, I think that my question is that legal? Because if I drive over at 25 miles per hour and it causes damage to my car because I have to repeatedly go over 6 of them, then there's a liability on the town if we didn't do something to a proper standard or engineered properly. So my concern is, are you reviewing those humps, confirming that they've been designed and built correctly for the purpose of reducing to 25 miles per hour? Because if they need to go below 25, the town of Richmond has to change the speed limit.
There's another way around that, and it could be that and I haven't driven the speed humps in a little bit, but if you have to drive lower than 25, I would advise the town to install advisory speed plaques. So those would be black letters on a yellow sign beneath the speed hump sign that advise somebody to go 15 over them. while, you know, that wouldn't necessarily be the intent of a speed hump, that does happen. The construction of those is very sensitive to down to the inches. So you know, if it's just installed a little bit differently than what was intended, it can have that sort of effect. And sometimes that does just happen.
I think that's very important that you, part of this scope or part of this work is that you put them in, you put them on a beautiful map. But if you're trying to design them to have people go to 15, then you really need to put those notices up that they're going 15. And if anybody's driving over them 25, I don't think that's realistic. So thank you. I appreciate all your hard work.
Sure.
Thank you.
Could I just ask a quick follow-up question of the select board, who again is serving as the advisory committee? There was a clarification about parking in the Jonesville area, and I guess it would be helpful for us as the project team to understand if there is a desire to put parking back in that area if roadway circumstances changed, or it's a no way, no how, it doesn't matter what you do with the roadway, we don't want parking there. That sort of guidance would be helpful for us.
We did amend our parking ordinance because there was no way to safely park there without the parked vehicles intruding into the right of way and also visibility concerns. That being said, I would suspect if the road were widened so cars could safely park there, we would explore allowing it again.
Right. I agree.
Tyler, go ahead.
There regardless.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Also, one other quick little thing to point out too is that I dealt a little bit with some of the parking issues down there. Is that the Richmond Land Trust actually owns Bombardier Meadow, which is like the bulk of the area there. So depending on how much you needed to expand over there, like how much fill you need to put in, it might impact their land. And I know, at least as of right now, there isn't much of an appetite on their part to allow more parking down there. It was kind of a bit of an issue, at least when I first got here. I don't know if that's changed or not, but just some food for thought on that.
All right.
And I think that's one of the many reasons why accurate depiction of the right of way or the rights of way is really important. What are our current sort of guardrails, so to speak, for activities?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Brendan Filkins. I'll just say a couple of things here. I think the idea of having a trail like this is amazing, and a space where people can get exercise and multi-use is fantastic. I know we've talked a lot about impervious surfaces over the last couple of weeks. This sounds like a lot of impervious surface and really counter to what my community is going through right now in terms of all of the impervious surface budget or onus to pay for that coming down to us. And so I would just like to emphasize, we're kind of speaking out of both sides of our mouth here by saying, hey, we're going to fund this massive impervious surface, or we're considering this, and we're approving these pickleball courts that are all impervious surface. But, we're going to make this part of this town pay exclusively for all the rest of the impervious surface. And it feels a little two-sided, and I urge us to consider that. To that end, I would like to ask and understand, flooding has obviously been a huge issue. What we're talking about is directly along the flood zone. So I would like to ask, what are we talking about in terms of what percentage of the land that you're evaluating is in the flood zone? And are we going to be building something that's going to flood next year and we're going to have to build it again the next year?
Well, part of what we do in the scoping study and feasibility study is identify these things, identify what is necessary for pedestrian and bicycle safety and mobility, and then assess those impacts. And then from there, things can be crossed off the board if we feel like they're having too many environmental or floodplain impacts. But, just
question, what percentage of the project is within the flood zone?
Oh, I don't know. There are flood zone maps available. We'll bring one for the next meeting. And then, you know, the whole length of the roadway runs adjacent to the flood zone. We know that for sure. So, yeah, that's a concern. So in some cases, maybe some of the alternatives that simply do like a 3 to 4 foot widening to get like just a little bit more of a shoulder area allows pretty good biking, not as much as if you had a totally separated path, but you know, when the roadway's only 22 feet wide, that's pretty limiting, and that's the feedback that we heard of, is that people just feel unsafe and not comfortable. Now, for the most part, drivers move over, but you know, just a little more sometimes does a lot. So, and those are all the different things that we'll look through.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that is just the speed at which cars are driving being considered one of the you know, that you're going to consider as one of the possibilities of just reducing the speed limit?
Well, I know, for example, the speed of the roadway does limit the type of treatments that you can use, because I think a lot of agencies would see, if it's posted at 45 miles per hour, that some of the treatments might come off the board right away because they're not appropriate for a roadway of that speed. But I think it would be nice to look at the corridor with some of the vertical and horizontal shifts of the road and limited sight lines to maybe be able to say that maybe certain segments should be 35. Maybe just the one long straightaway through the field area might be appropriate for 45. You know, so that's maybe something that we can look into.
So is that, yes, you are considering speed as something that you're going to look at in your proposal or your study?
Right, absolutely. Yep, the speed and the traffic volumes on the road and the conflicts and the frictions all relate to certain treatments that we can or shouldn't or, you know, shall not use. So it's all sometimes depends on engineering judgment too, but most of it is definitely related to speed, and it's safety. It's safety for the pedestrian environment.
Yeah, I just want to elaborate on that, and that maybe to get more to your question, just simply lowering the speed limit isn't typically an effective solution to slow down drivers unless there's significant increases in enforcement. If the roadway characteristics are straight and somewhat open and visible, drivers will tend to go fast, and just simply lowering the speed limit hasn't really been shown to be an effective solution to that problem. So that's where Eric's talking about what else can we do to the roadway to try to get drivers to slow down and kind of naturally enforce that along the roadway without the presence of police officers all the time.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments before we move on? Sounds like we're ready to move on. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Eric.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for doing this.
Thank you.
Yep. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
So moving on to item G, public hearing for proposed zoning amendments creating 2 new zoning districts, the Village Residential Neighborhoods North, new section 3.11, and the Village Residential Neighborhood South, new section 3.12. Introduction of the residential density, new section 6.14, and amend section 6.1, 6.13, and 7. So we need to open a public hearing to accept comments from the public on this. Did anybody want to say anything before we open the public hearing?
Well, I guess at this point, we're here for the public hearing for the VRNs and associated amendments. This is going to be one of probably a couple at this point, because we do have some issues with Act 181 and suturing that with what we just promulgated. You know, we do have some guidance. We have some draft motions in there for you. I don't think we're going to spend a ton of time on this tonight. I mean, obviously you want to get some comment in here, but just keep in mind that this is going back most likely to the Planning Commission. I would think that would be the direction that the Select Board would want us to go. And I'll turn this over to Virginia at this point.
I'm ready to make the motion whenever you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead. I would say open the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move to open the public hearing for proposed zoning amendment creating 2 new zoning districts. Village Residential Neighborhoods North, new section 3.11, and Village Residential Neighborhood South, new section 3.12, introduction of residential density, new section 6.14, and amend section 6.1 parking and loading, 6.13 multifamily housing development standards, and 7 definitions.
This is Bart. I will second it.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Bard. Any further discussion? Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, aye. Public hearing is open.
Great, so it looks like we have 20 minutes. So I'll do a really very brief explanation of what this is. Hoping that anyone who is interested in this has looked at the documents that have been posted. And that we're going to be here to answer questions. So I'm going to just, for an introduction, look really quickly at the FAQs that is posted in your materials and you've got, which just in a nutshell explains it. It doesn't go over every little detail. If you want to know the details, you're probably going to have to read the documents. So why are we making these 2 new districts? That's the first question. So these 2 districts are the neighborhoods within the village, within the water and sewer district. We're doing this for a couple of reasons, and I'll tell you what the areas are first, unless you have a map that you want to show, but the village residential neighborhoods north includes Baker Street, Tilden, Burnett Court, Browns Court,
Which one has the map?
up the Jericho Road, parts of West Main Street, Pleasant Street and Leroy Court, Esplanade,
Which one?
Church Street.
This one? It says map. That would be the one, Josh.
Okay,
Isn't hindsight great?
so it's the areas in that light yellow color. These are basically the areas that are entirely neighborhoods north of the river. So you can see the yellow areas there. The village residential neighborhood south are the residential areas that are south of the river. And the planning commission has been trying to incorporate those southern districts, because they are in the water and sewer service area, into the village. They are walkable to the village, so we are trying to make them really a part of the village. So those are the 2 districts that we're taking out of their original districts. The one to the south is coming out of the AR district. The one to the north is coming out of the HDR, the high density residential, which is going up to Hidden Pines and Southview and up further up on the Browns Trace Road. So these have their special characteristics. They have neighbors who are very interested in the cohesiveness of these districts. And also we have been required by the state in the past 2 years to introduce a number of mandates into residential areas served by water and sewer. So this separates those districts out so that we can put in place those state mandates to just affect those districts and not the underlying districts. So that's the first question. The second question, so why do we need an amendment to the parking section? One of the things that Act 47 of 2023 did was it required that you can only require 1 parking space per dwelling unit. This is different from what we've had in the past, so we have to amend the parking section to meet the requirements of Act 47. Act 47, the Home Act, is all about trying to enable more housing to be built in the water and sewer areas, in particular infill housing. The state has tried for years to encourage towns to do this. They didn't do it, so they're now mandating it. And this is one of the mandates. So that's why we're amending the parking section. Go to the next piece. Why are we revising the multifamily housing development standards? And we just at one of the last go-rounds with the residential commercial districts, East Main Street, some of the other places in the village are residential and commercial, as opposed to these districts that we're now proposing, which are just residential. So the multifamily housing development standards was to help people become more comfortable with the idea of multifamily buildings. Multifamily housing obviously is a way to increase housing. So we put these standards in place to both protect the quality of life of the residents of the multifamily and also the neighbors. After a year of working with them, the DRB and Tyler had some comments about how they were working, so we looked at them again to make sure that they were what we wanted them to be to protect these multifamily houses and the neighbors. And so we made a few changes. That's why we're amending that. Next, FAQ, why are we adding this section 6.14 residential density? This is because this topic has come more and more into our zoning ordinance. Before Jolene Accord, we really didn't have any residential density. You know, no parameters to what they are, what do they mean, what is a residential dwelling unit, all those kinds of questions. So this is really an educational section that answers those questions. What is an ADU? Single family home. You can have an ADU, but guess what? They are only together considered one dwelling unit. So items like that are new to us, we felt we should explain. And this is one of the main sections that we're going to have to change because Act 181 of 2024 has changed the rules about residential density. So this is one of the reasons that it's going to have to come back to us anyway, whether or not anybody has any other issues with it. The fact that Act 181 starts off by saying we're providing clarifying corrections, which is like, all right, is it clarification or is it a correction? So they have a whole new interpretation of it that we're currently working with. All right, next FAQ, this goes to the fact that we're amending the definitions section. We're adding a few things to the definition section. One is the definition of an elder care facility. We've separated that out from the idea of just supported housing of any kind. This was something that the neighbors in these residential areas were good with having. Elder care facilities within their neighborhoods. There were some kinds of supported housing that they weren't okay with because they felt we didn't have the services here in Richmond to actually make certain kinds of supported housing work properly, enforcement, oversight, etc. So we have introduced this definition of elder care facility.
Bart? Just a comment of somebody with a fair amount of experience in the regulations regarding these type of facilities. We're missing one, which is residential care home. That's a licensing category in the state of Vermont. There are far more residential care homes than there are assisted living facilities, as an example. And the other thing I'd point out that under the regulations that apply to all of these facilities, there is no actual age limit except for adults. So if you went into nursing homes, you'd find people who are under the age of 65 or 60. So that's just an observation. The use of the term elder care is sort of perhaps one of convenience, but doesn't really align with the licensing regulations for all of those facilities. Just a comment.
Yeah, well, you would have to read the exact definitions that we have because the elder care facilities don't have to be entirely filled with elders. It only has to be the majority of the beds, which is over 55%. And it does include various categories. If you look at the page that talks about this definition, there are other definitions. Recovery facility is a new one we didn't have in our, all of the different kinds of licensed facilities
yeah.
are in there, so.
Okay.
You've got assisted care, you've got nursing homes, you've got hospice, those kinds of things with very specific definitions. So what we would like is for people to read those. And our lawyer has looked at them, Dave Brew, who seems to be on this call,
He is.
and he has not found a problem. He did want us to change the age from 60 to 55. So
I'm in.
that's a suggestion. So anyway, please read these, and we hope everybody will read them carefully. It's a complicated field of definitions. When you look at the state, it's incredibly complex and licensing arrangements, and we have had to add certain terms to our existing definitions, which you will find on this page. It talks about those definitions because they were not included in our previous definitions. So we've had to update some of the other definitions. Why are we having a new definition of on-ground improvements? This is to try to resolve the problem with the use of the word structures, which occurs throughout our zoning amendment. Structures, in some cases, there's been ambiguity. There is currently in our ordinance ambiguity about whether things that are built on the ground are structures, you know, whether a road is a structure. There's not in most people's intuitive grasp of a structure, but it's a manufactured thing. It's flat on the ground. For some types of ordinances like setbacks, it may be different whether you consider that a structure versus a on-ground coverage. So we've tried to separate out things that are flat on the ground. In fact, even in floodplain regulations, there's a difference between things that are flat on the ground and things that are up off the ground, or things that are under the ground. So we've separated all of those out into their own categories so that they could better, more particularly be regulated. Our definition of structure is a collection of materials use. So, you know, that's kind of not very helpful. Okay, and the last paragraph is what are the changes that we need to have this back? Since we approved it in August, the Planning Commission approved it. We've had new guidance about these new definitions, principally around density, residential density. What is allowed? The state is wanting us to have more density in the village areas.
Well, actually, they want to get rid of density.
Yeah, well, they would like to totally eliminate density as a concept so that you could put as much density as you want if you follow the setbacks and the lot coverage and those other parameters. So this is new for them and for us. We are just getting to the point where we are introducing density, but they would actually like there to be no density.
Actually, like easier.
So
You mean by that, no density.
no density requirements. So for instance, right now in this draft from Act 47, they required that municipal zoning allows there to be 5 dwelling units per acre. Yeah, as a minimum density. Right now, in most of our districts, our zoning districts, it's 1 unit per 1 acre. That's what we've always had in Richmond. It wasn't called a density, it's just that the minimum lot size is 1 acre and you can only have 1 building on it. So we had a de facto density of 1 unit per acre. In the village, there are many more dwelling units than 1 per acre because the lots are small. Historically, the lots have been very small.
Yeah,
So-
they're not even half an acre, they're not even.
No,
Many or
they're
many.
0.18, 0.18, 0.2 acres. So in Bard's neighborhood, for instance, not to pick on you, but there may be 4 or 5 dwelling units per acre already.
Mhm.
So the state, in order to encourage more density in places where there's water and sewer, because that's an efficient place to put more density.
Right.
The state has required that there be 5 units per acre as a minimum density in any part of town that is served by water and sewer.
So any served by water and sewer, okay,
Any-
got it.
Yeah.
That's what I, because I heard this, the measurement, but I didn't know
Yeah.
where does that go
That's a
to?
mandate.
Yeah.
By the state,
By the state.
By the
Okay,
state. So we, on one of our maps, we show the water and sewer area. It
Yeah.
goes down around Thompson Road and part of Cochran Road.
Yeah, yeah.
Huntington Road, and up around Burnett Court and Rounds Court. That's all served by water and sewer. So the state has mandated that in any of those places, you have to have 5 units per acre minimum.
That you have to allow it.
That you
Just a parameter for it. yes.
Exactly, you have to, yes, you have to make your zoning such that that is allowed. Which also means that your minimum lot size has to be 1/5 of an acre. Because any person with 1 acre is required to allow 5 units per acre, so they could subdivide it. But they would have to allow it to, if the developer wanted, to be made into 5 different lots, each with a dwelling unit.
Question in the back?
Yeah.
Please come up.
Thank
There's
you,
no mic
Virginia.
back there.
I think Kevin.
Yeah.
Come up.
No, literally come up.
All the way up.
We don't have a
Okay.
good microphone.
So my name is Kevin Kittinger, and I just heard about increasing this density.
Yes.
And with any increase in density, you're also increasing the infrastructure cost to support that higher density beyond just water and sewer. I mean, you got road sizes to support all the safety for both fire and ambulance services and all that. So there's an escalation of costs that go along with those increases. Have we taken that into account when we're looking at increasing the level of density in the town?
Well, I have a couple of things to say about that. One is that this is the law passed by the state. So whether they took that into consideration or not, we can't say, because we aren't the legislators. But the other thing is, one thing they have said is that the level of services that you need to support more density in the village is much less than the increase in costs than you need to support more building out in the hinterlands. I mean, Baker and Tilden is a road, it's already there. If you have to make a development that goes way up into the hills and you have to make a whole new road, you actually are spending a lot more on your infrastructure. And your school buses, they have to go all that distance more. Your school buses in the village, well, you don't need school buses. They can walk to school in the neighborhood. So the idea, that's been around in planning for quite some time is that the village centers that already have the built infrastructure is the efficient place to place more dwellings because the infrastructure is already there. So it's cheaper than.
But it is an increased cost.
Well, there probably is some increased
And the
cost.
budget is capturing that we're putting forward for the future.
Well, we
I mean,
don't.
certainly
really
the
have
sewer, so
choice.
certainly the water system would receive more, whereas the hinterlands people are building their own wells,
The
right?
brand list automatically goes up every time we build a unit.
Well, so I think it depends, what do we mean by infrastructure? So roads, as a resident of Tilden Avenue, that road has been the same size for a long time. Like, I don't know that it needs to get wider if 2 more houses or ADUs are built there. I think it is what it is. They are mostly built so fire trucks and ambulances can get through them already. The issue frankly is not, for that purpose, is not about the width of the road, but who parked on the road and where did they park? So water and sewer, we already talked about, the lines were already there. We have some excess capacity and the Water Sewer Commission is dealing with a review and upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant, which is a state requirement every 20 years. And then you're left with what else? Electricity. the electrical lines are already there. There may be different transformers depending on the load and the number of houses that are there, but I think that's really incremental. And then you're left with like cell phone coverage and I guess cable television that are all, the neighborhoods I'm aware of are already wired for that. I'm hard pressed to pick what if there's like a handful more residential units on my street as an example, were that to come to pass, how that would increase the town budget. Maybe I'm just missing something.
And in water and sewer, aren't we looking periodically for more customers
That is true.
to actually support the system and reduce the rates for the current customers? So with more water and sewer users or customers, then you can spread the costs a little wider.
Virginia, I'm glad you made that point, because it's kind of saves people sometimes, but that's exactly right.
Yeah, we are not suffering. And we're also looking for more children for the school.
To address your question, is it more cost the rest of the taxpayers and what does that look like? No, it's not. And here's why it's not. It's a permitted process. The permit fee helps pay some of the costs associated with it. If they're still doing an impact fee for new development, that would go toward the fire department, extra needs there. The additional revenue that it brings in from the addition that Adam said, the increased grand list value. So if you're going to remove a building or add another building or put an addition on, those additional grand list values generate the revenue that will counteract the cost. So there's no true cost to any non-developer resident as long as we're not having to pay for the infrastructure. And everything that's already existing, where they're trying to focus on the town centers, that's why it's because there's already existing infrastructure. So they're saying, take this infrastructure that already exists and build some homes in that area, whether you convert a big, huge Victorian home into a couple of units within it. Things like that. That's what they're trying to encourage. Maybe there's a garage out back that's never been used that could actually be converted into an accessory dwelling. But no cost is supposed to be pushed back onto the taxpayers for new development. They're not looking to come in and say, oh, Richmond, put in a whole 30-unit affordable housing unit on your dime. That's not what this intent is to encourage individual homeowners or potential property management or developments to come in and put in a couple more units where they can on town water and sewer, town roads, and town sidewalks that already exist. But great question. I hope that was okay for me to answer that question. Sure. But I'm coming from his point of view as well. I'm not a Richmond Village resident.
I'm glad you said that, because it's really up to the landowner. If they want to add an ADU and bring in, more mouths to feed or whatever, there's tax revenue that will come from that. It doesn't affect anyone else.
Correct.
So Kevin Kittredge again. So I came from state where.
You're gonna have to come up. We can't hear you.
So Kevin Kittredge, so I came from a state where there was a lot of sprawl, a lot of growth. And those infrastructure costs grow dramatically when you start adding more families in there. You add, say, 4 or 5 families, they all have a couple kids. That also increases the size of your schools and the amount of staffing that's required. There's a lot of these types of things that grow, and it's hard to say that it's all going to be accomplished with the existing infrastructure. I just find that I've always seen in my past that these expenses do grow.
So these regulations, these amendments that we're suggesting affect the village neighborhoods. So what we're trying to avoid is the sprawl concept that has been happening in many parts of the country where growth just expands outward at a rapid rate. That's where the excess infrastructure costs come from. So this is about the village only. It's mandated by the state. It is not going to significantly and dramatically increase the infrastructure costs. In fact, there have been lots of planning studies that have shown that the people who really provide the revenue for towns live in the dense parts of the town. They actually do not cost the town nearly as much as the people who live in the hinterlands. And we're in an enviable, I guess, position of having some excess water and sewer capacity and school excess capacity. So, and since we get federal funding and state funding per pupil, it's actually helpful for us to have a few more students. So,
Jay?
So, we have a lot on our agenda tonight,
yes,
and I'm thinking that since we ultimately probably will be kicking this back to you guys for discussion, that we've probably reached the point of diminishing returns, and then we might want to just go ahead and close hearing. But I don't want to do that if there's people out there who desperately want to share.
and I also have something to say before you do that.
Okay.
I had one comment for myself. I just wanted to help answer that gentleman's question, if that's okay. I've been to all your hearings that you've already had when the planning commission came and presented. Adam had a question about duplexes. The discussion was that duplexes weren't currently allowed, and Adam came back with, yes, they are, and now this new wording has taken them out. I'd like to just make sure that when this gets kicked back to the planning commission, that because we're trying to encourage housing, it should be multi-units, it should be duplexes, it should be single-family homes with ADUs. The reason duplexes are so important is because an ADU means that somebody has to be a relative, meaning the property owner has to live there, or their child has to live there, or their immediate family member has to be in one of the two units. And that's why ADUs aren't, as an investor who would have possibly two units is not doing something with an ADU. They'd rather do a duplex so that they could have two units there and rent them both out. So I just want to know if it
Can I
gets
address
taken
that?
back.
Because I know Keith and Virginia are probably going to address that, but I know we got a couple comments this afternoon about how the timeline's too short and Act 181 is unclear and we should kick it back, but give much more time. And so I had heard about this, so I looked up the act and I read the section that specifies this. So I would like to read part of this for everyone, so they know why we're kicking it back and why it's a tight timeline. And so I'll just read the section that addresses specifically which part is, I guess some people find unclear. Says, in any district that allows year-round residential development, duplexes shall be an allowed use with the same dimensional standards that are not more restrictive than is required for a single-family dwelling unit, including no additional land or lot area other than would be required for a single-family dwelling unit. In any district that is served by municipal water and sewer infrastructure that allows residential development, multifamily dwellings with 4 or fewer units shall be permitted on the same size lot as a single unit dwelling, unless that district specifically requires multi-unit structures to have more than 4 dwelling units. So this is extremely clear, and they address the exact question that we had talked about. So I think that to address your question, it's going to be addressed because legally it has to be, and two, to address the issue that it's unclear and that there's discussion to be had and clarification. I don't find any merit in that. So I think the tight time turnaround is warranted personally. So I would be curious to hear your interpretation.
So there are two parts to that. One is the duplex part, which means that wherever you can put a single family home, including a 0.2 acre lot, you can put a duplex. I don't think people have too much problem with that. And it does appear that that's what it's saying. So the language may be clear, but the implications are not very clear of the other part. Wherever you have a 0.2 acre lot, you can put a 3 to 4 family unit building. So if you take your 1 acre and you divide it into 5.2 acre lots, and you put a 4 unit building on each one of those, you are effectively changing your density to 20 units per acre. So whether that's intentional in this legislation or an unintended consequence, I think is troublesome to some people.
I agree with that it's troublesome to some people. I think that the fact that it was a clarification means that it was not an accident. That would be my
Well, it
interpretation.
says it was a clarification or a correction. Both of those things are different.
True.
They are not the same.
I just, knowing the direction that the state is going with this and encouraging more, I find it hard personally, and you are more tuned in. I find it hard to believe that they would say, oh, actually, we were incorrect. We didn't mean that.
Yes.
That's the direction and the trajectory we're on, I think, for better or worse. That is a huge density change.
That is a huge density
I
change.
totally understand people find it alarming, even being pro-density. That is a big change.
What is concerning to us is the fact that the guidance that we received for Act 47 in 2023 is completely different than the guidance we received in 2024 from Act 181.
And here we are.
It's a little
It's almost like they timed it for you to sort the zoning out and then they changed the goalposts.
Done, yes. So what we would like to suggest is that there are a couple of options for you all to decide. You can close this public hearing if no one else has anything to say, and to an unspecified date in the future. And we will have to, the planning commission will have to look at all the available evidence and decide if in 2025, we're gonna have something else, because we are under the opinion that there will be many towns who will not like the fact that they're now moving the goalpost. So it might be as much as a year, and the statute appears to say, section G in the section that you sent, the B and C, says, basically, I interpret it to say, within a year, within a year of the final public hearing on an issue, the select board has to make a decision about it.
Right, so I think that would apply to, you gave them, you went through the planning commission process, did the public hearings, they went to the select board, they warned the hearing within the time frame. So I think they could close this hearing, vote against this amendment, goes back to the planning commission, then you have time to make amendments, make changes, it comes back to the select board and it starts to clock over again.
Right. There doesn't seem to be any timeline associated exactly with the amount of time the planning commission can take
No, I
to
don't,
work on this.
I don't think so.
But it does say that there has to be a decision within a year of the final planning commission hearing. So we have to be a little careful what we say with our commission, with our planning commission work.
But their decision would be tonight, if they close the meeting, voted against it, then it would go back. Then there's no problem. They've made their decision. The decision was, no, we're not accepting this. Then the planning commission can work on it and come back for.
Josh, do we have to reject it or can we just refer it back?
You can refer it back.
Yeah, I don't think we have to go all the way to reject. I think we can just refer it
You can
back.
close the public hearing, but to your point.
Do they need to make a motion that they've on the proposed amendment? Do they have to? I don't know.
Draft motion right here.
Make a decision
It
on
should be specific, but I mean, we put some of the language down in there. It is specific to the duplexes and the 3 and 4 families.
unless anybody, unless you take any other information that would make you want to ask us to do any other change.
Yeah, I would think we would just close the hearing
Yeah.
and then move to refer it back.
Yeah.
And not set a date for it.
Exactly.
That date was a placeholder. That's all that was.
Special, that would
closing
be
Sure.
a good way to do it, and we will
Motion.
try to.
Oh, go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you. I was just wondering about the option of the select board approving the proposal that the planning commission submitted to you, because there have already been hearings. A lot of people have made comments. I think generally people are very comfortable with the provisions, especially those related to the 5 units per acre density, and that would bring the town forward in terms of housing that maybe would really be a positive. At the same time, take all the necessary time to deal with this new provision of Act 181 related to the 3 and 4 unit suggested or requirement that's much more controversial and may not live beyond the next year with the legislature. So that's my suggestion, is really consider approving what the planning commission presented formally.
That was my second option to give you, besides kicking it back to the planning commission with an unspecified date, is to approve this, ignoring the guidance that we just got about the new Act 181, which many towns will not have even looked at. It's just that we happened to look at it because we were considering areas that were in the water and sewer service area. So you could approve what we've got, as Kathleen suggested, and we will now have to deal, as we will with some of the other districts where we haven't even started to put in Act 47 and Act 181. We haven't even started to work on those. bearing in mind that if an application comes to the zoning administrator or the DRB during this period, they will have to abide by the state statute.
That's how we're administering right now, regardless.
Keith, I have a
So-
question for you. Would it, from a zoning
Makes no
perspective,
sense.
would it be more advantageous for us to adopt this at a later date as one package, or would it be more advantageous to have it compliant, at least with Act 47 right now?
I'm a,
Or is it are you indifferent?
I'm a straight line guy, so I would rather have it approved at one sitting. And then
At a later date.
I would rather have it
What's that?
approved now.
Well, we're putting the cart before the horse. We haven't closed the hearing yet. Mr. Chairman, I move to close the public hearing for proposed zoning amendments, creating 2 new zoning districts. Village Residential Neighborhoods North, new section 3.11, and Village Residential Neighborhoods South, new section 3.12. Introduction of residential density, new section 6.14, and amend section 6.1 parking and loading, 6.13 multifamily housing developments, standards, and 7 definitions.
Cicely Sell, second.
Can we,
Discussion?
We can discuss, we just got the motion on the floor now.
Yeah.
So my question is, at any public hearing on planning commission presentations to the select board, you have the ability to amend. If you form the public hearing, you can amend it. Do you amend it prior to closing it? Or do you amend it after you've closed it, is my question, because you can immediately add in the duplexes. The key piece here is if you want people to take a unit and turn it into 2, you'd rather have them just turn it into 2 than 5 right away. You're banning 2 right now.
No,
only
the current zoning allows for duplexes. The
Okay.
current zoning- I was wrong a month ago.
Okay,
so-
not our proposal.
Not our proposal does not.
But your proposal took it out, so.
Correct.
But we had to put it back in. We'd have to put it back in.
Can I finish? I'm proposing that you approve what Virginia wants you to approve tonight with the amendment of adding back in duplexes. That gets our community the ability to start moving forward with encouraging housing while you work out the rest of the details that, like Kathleen wants. She wants you to go ahead with this. Virginia wants you to go ahead with this. The only amendment that I asked for is add back duplexes because this takes duplexes out. Thank you.
If you want to do that, I could give you language to amend in the residential density section. You have to add in the line which says 1 single family dwelling or a single family dwelling with an ADU shall count as 1 dwelling unit. You could also put a duplex in that line. So you could say 6.14.2B, 1 single family dwelling on a lot, or 1 single family dwelling with an ADU on a lot, or a duplex, either in the water and sewer area, if you want to be specific, or anywhere in town, if you want to go there, also only counts as 1 dwelling unit.
I guess I'm inclined to do that so that we are the most compliant with the current stuff, but does that make that a regulatory nightmare for you, or is that more cut and dry, or does it not matter because you're obligated to legally enforce that anyway?
The latter.
It doesn't matter, but it would clarify to the public what's allowed, so at least it would not be something that they would have to quote unquote know about by
So
reading.
if you weren't going to approve this, the current regulations allow for duplexes. They also allow for 3 and 4 unit multifamily dwelling. So it's moot in my mind, from an administrative point of view. Either way, we're gonna administrate it the way it's.
I guess.
And the other thing is you can kick it back to the planning commission for your next meeting, and we'll have that language about the duplexes.
In the interest of time, I think we should proceed with whatever gets us through this quickly, because we've got a lot left to cover.
so we have a motion on the table to close the public hearing, which has been seconded. So let's vote on that motion.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
J.I.
David, aye. So the public hearing is closed. Now this is the point where we can take action should we choose.
So I guess I'm inclined to take Virginia up on her last offer, which was to add the duplex language themselves, planning commission, and then also table the rest of the Act of 181 nuanced discussion to a later date, TBD.
Bring it back.
I guess a motion.
So you're approving the zoning as amended?
No, I'm moving,
Okay.
moving the amendments tonight as discussed. be referred to the planning commission for changes. To bring them back in alignment with Act 81, no public hearing date set. Also for the planning commission to add necessary language to allow duplexes for our next select meetings.
Second.
Further discussion?
It's a long motion.
Yeah. Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I, and just for clarification, Adam made the motion, Jay seconded.
Thank you, Virginia.
I appreciate your persistence in dealing with these issues as the goalpost, so to speak, keep moving.
2 decades. Just is, but
Yeah.
it's what we do.
That's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
It'll probably happen.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you,
And don't
Virginia.
forget your whiskey.
Whiskey, I won't, don't worry about it.
So moving on to H, discussion of stormwater general permit 3-9050 for the Southview subdivision and update on the award of the permit obtainment assistance program grant to the town with a possible executive session. So
Pleasure.
do we want to go into executive session first? Do we want to start discussion? Do we want to put executive session on hold? What's the pleasure of Josh and the board?
It's up to you guys.
Well, there's quite a bit of notes that I assume come from Attorney Rue in the memo. And we've all had a chance to read those. But the action that we're looking to take tonight is either, well, once again, do not submit the permit and put the onus back on the homeowners, or submit and move forward with phase 1 engineering. And I would be inclined to go ahead and submit and move forward with phase 1 engineering. That's my pleasure, but what do the rest of you think?
To the Southview project. So just a reminder, I'm not sure everybody else has looked at this. There are 6 3-acre projects in Richmond, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's not one, there's 6.
Dave, would you say that?
Oh,
it includes like Riverview Common Mobile Home Park. That is a 3-acre project. Greystone. And so there are some that are entirely private, and then there are at least 2 that have public roads, town roads, and private developments, and that's Greystone and Southview, at least 2.
And Riverview is entirely private.
Right.
right.
Which perhaps is an accident of history. They didn't ask us to take over their roads. If they had asked us to take it over, or our predecessors, and had taken it over, they would be similarly a combined town road, et cetera. One other question I had, do we know if state highways and interstate highways are subject themselves to the 3-acre rule?
Oh, boy. I do not.
Don't know.
Well, it just struck me that the largest impervious surfaces in the town are probably town highways and then
the
state highways
and the interstate, which of course we also know has had a huge impact on water. Because
Oversized impact.
yeah.
So that sort of sets the stage a little bit about this is bigger than Southview. Southview is particularly thorny because of the history.
Dave, go ahead.
I would recommend that the board start with an executive session to hear attorney-client privilege communications, and then once we come out of executive session, the board can listen to residents and voters and take whatever action it believes is necessary.
Okay.
Okay, then I will be happy to, we've got the motions here, right?
Yeah.
Should.
Page 4, item
Yeah,
line 159.
Mr. Chairman, I move to find that premature public knowledge about attorney-client communication regarding general permit 3-9050 for the Southview subdivision would cause the town or person to suffer a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Is Bart, I will second that.
Thank you, Bard. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourselves and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss attorney-client communication regarding general permit 3-9050 for the Southview subdivision under the provisions of 1 VSA 313A 1F of the Vermont statutes and to invite town manager Josh Arneson and attorney Dave Rue into the executive session.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Is Bart, I will second that.
Thank you, Bard. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, I.
Jay, I.
David, I. We are in executive session.
Anybody bringing? a computer?
We're back. David, I would just,
Where you at?
like,
Lisa?
okay, yeah.
Okay.
We're almost back.
We're 4/5 back.
Mhm.
When we get off the caffeine.
What's that?
We thought you fled the country, Lisa.
2 hours to pay.
Where do we start? You want me to? Okay. So since the last meeting, we did a little more research in the land records and found that there actually is a covenant for these 44 lots that was put in place in, I think, 82 or 83.
82.
82.
Yeah.
We've shared that with our attorney, Dave Rue, and he advised that that is still a valid covenant and still applies to the homeowners in those lots. And this then sort of changes the conversation a bit from where we were with not having a homeowners association or any way that would bind the homeowners together to be a situation a bit more like Greystone, only less formulated, I'd say, where they do have a homeowners association. And we're working with them actively. So I think if I can surmise and anybody else jump in, sort of the advice here is that the residents of Southview would, I guess, reform that homeowners association, or at least look in to make sure it's still active. Or
I think the term might, as I understand it, be resurrect. Because it may be inactive. But could we share with the group the actual language that we're talking about, which was called a protective covenant? As I understand it, created in 1982 for a period of 50 years.
Right, so this is, I'll zoom out a little bit here. But this is the covenant for Southview development. I think it talks about, where's the term?
And it was section 14, I think.
Well, here's, these covenants shall be binding upon lots 1 through 44 shown on the plan entitled Southview Development dated March 26, 1982, as revised 83. And there's another section where it talks about 50 years, which I am not finding immediately quickly. Oh, here it is. Restricted covenant shall be replaced and run with the land for a period of 50 years from September 1, 1983. And then the section here, 14, talks a bit about Southview Association shall be comprised of all lot owners, and each lot owner shall have 1 vote for each said lot. Southview Association shall be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of the road, and said upkeep and maintenance shall include but not be limited to snow plowing, road grading, drainage work, and other work required for the maintenance of adequate roadway once the initial construction roadway has been completed by the developers. The association shall not be responsible for upkeep and maintenance of any section of the road constructed by the developer that has not yet been completed. The pro rata amount charged for the fees for Southview Association shall be determined by said association when the association has determined each group's pro rata amount. Said amount shall act as a lien with interest accruing against the lot for any unpaid portion. So, and maybe Dave would want to jump in here, but I think that is, he's saying, sets up the ability to have billing amongst the associated lot owners.
That's correct. I mean, I don't know, and the lot owners may come forward with some evidence that these covenants have been terminated. But I'm not aware at this time that they have. And these covenants, which are still in effect, appear to bind all of the original 44 lot owners. They are referenced in their deed, and they set up a situation where they can assess each other fees for maintenance of roads and quote drainage work, unquote. Perhaps they don't want to reconstitute, perhaps they will vote not to assess those fees, but in light of the finding of these protective covenants in the land records, it appears that there's been a significant change in circumstances such that Southview is could be similar to the other neighborhoods the town is working with that have homeowners associations.
Such as Greystone.
Correct.
Hi, Sarah Heim. I'm a Southview resident. We are aware of this covenant. We have looked at this covenant. As far as I know, there has never been a legally formed homeowners association for the Southview neighborhood. I looked at the Secretary of State records. I did a search here in the town land records. There's a whole process where if you want to create an HOA, you have to file certain documents. As far as I can tell, none of that ever happened. So yes, there's a mention of this in the covenants. I don't believe that it was ever sort of legally formed the way it needs to be. This is something that we could certainly discuss with the select board, potentially through our own legal counsel if necessary. But I will say, like, this is something we're aware of. We've looked into it. When I bought my property, I never agreed to be part of an HOA. This was mentioned in the covenant, but there was no sort of formal HOA agreement that I signed. There's never been any dues assessed. Like, this is basically the only reference to it that we've seen, but there's nothing showing that like the developer ever took the next step to legally form any type of a homeowners association. So I just wanted to clarify that because this is something we were aware of. We did look into it. And to the best of our knowledge, this is not, we didn't create like an HOA that ties or that runs with all of our properties, essentially.
Okay.
Although I am not counsel for the Southview residents, my understanding is that this is an unincorporated association. And as the covenants were recorded prior to the conveyance of the lots in the subdivision and referenced in each of the original deeds to those lots, it is binding on all of the owners, irrespective of whether there's actually an incorporated homeowners association that has been filed with the Secretary of State. You can have unincorporated homeowners associations. There are many of them. So at this point, I think it is up to the residents to determine whether this association can be reconstituted and how to do that, or whether these protective covenants are actually invalid because they've been terminated for some reason.
Yes.
Paige Kalita, I was told by a neighbor who is one of the original homes in the neighborhood, that the original road was dirt and the first year it was private. And they had those covenants to pay for plowing and such while the road was private. And then it was taken over by the town, so maybe.
But there was a functioning body up to
But
that.
it was only like 2 houses,
2 houses, okay.
yeah.
So what?
And I don't know anything about it.
So, yeah, I'm not an attorney and I don't know the history of this, but as I understand, as described by our attorney in the language, whether it was formed and stopped meeting, if the covenants still exist, the association exists as a legal fiction or a legal entity that if you haven't created the association, but the covenants seem to state that such an association would exist for these purposes, including drainage. And I understand if the town took over the road, which it did somewhere along the line, that would seem like, well, the town's taking over the road, but it would seem like there's parallel construction where the association still exists in the covenant, even though the town took over the road. Well, if you don't have to deal with plowing anymore, the town's taking care of that. It's interesting that it refers specifically to drainage, which is actually the point of the 3-acre rule. So my thought is you might want to get legal advice from not our town attorney, or certainly from me, not an attorney, about what is the force and effect of this protective covenants from 1982 within the 50-year window.
So we have,
24.
we have been speaking to an attorney, or at least
Yeah.
several residents have been. I'm also an attorney, but I'm not a land use attorney, so I'm not going to pretend to have any area of expertise in this. But I guess my question then for you all is to have this conversation, is this going to be our attorney speaking with Attorney Rugg, or is this going to be us interfacing with the select board? Because this is obviously a somewhat complex legal issue. So how would we move forward with trying to sort this out?
It's a good question.
I think based on my understanding, that the vehicle for an association still exists associated with the covenants and the deeds. So if you don't want to resurrect that association, would it exist as a possible legal entity? It's a legal like shell, it would seem. It would seem at the least what you'd probably want to do is as a group vote, like, are we going to resurrect this association for this purpose?
But I'm not asking what to do sort of for us to figure out. I'm asking
Okay.
how do we kind of communicate with the town about what to do, how to have this conversation basically, because there's a chance maybe our attorney would disagree that we need to take that step, right? And so I'm just
Fair enough,
wondering,
right.
like, what do we need to do to have this conversation with the town? Is it communicating via our council, or is it communicating directly sort of in this type of a forum?
I think my thought is start with the town manager. So if your attorney has an opinion that says, for some reason, these protective covenants that apparently still exist no longer apply, what is the legal basis for that?
Mhm.
Or that they no longer apply to the 3-acre rule and drainage issues as articulated by the state, then give us why he thinks that is true, he or she. And then it would seem like our best legal advice is that these protective covenants exist and the shell of an association exists today through the covenants, through the lifespan that's been described to us. If it was 1982 for 50 years, we're within the 50 years. So why like that no longer applies? And I don't know why that would be, but I'm neither an attorney nor a real estate attorney.
Right, so we should just have our attorney or somebody from Southview reach out to Josh directly. Would that make the most sense?
I think
That's what I'm
so,
hearing.
and then I could.
And
talk
I
to
don't
our
think it's a
attorney.
discussion with Josh, it's a position,
Right.
so it's those points that where I tried to describe, like why, and I never knew that this covenant existed until about 20 minutes ago.
Mhm.
So it may be old news to you,
Well,
but
I'm
it's
saying
new
their
news to
neighbors
me.
have Said when they purchased, there are many people that don't even know that these existed.
Well, I'm guessing lots of people don't look at their deeds. If I understand the
Well, they
deeds
would
still
have been
refer
given
to
them
this.
Before they purchased the house.
Yeah,
Like, if you're purchasing a property that has an HOA or a covenant or something, you have to sign off on those before you.
I'm not sure that's true. That'd be something your attorney could. I think if it's associated with the deed, you don't have to sign anything. It's associated with the deed.
Dorian, do you want to come up here?
So I just wanted to say one thing, Dorian Evans, just to clarify, this permit is not regarding drainage, it's regarding water quality. And I know that there's like a nuance with that, but I do want to make note of that, the difference between drainage versus the quality of stormwater runoff. When we talk about drainage, we talk about like, erosion, water movement, but we're looking at water quality here. And I just want to make note that there is a difference with that, especially with how the permit is implemented.
So I'm not aware of the difference. That's certainly something your attorney could attempt to explain why they think stormwater management is different than drainage. And our attorney and we could react to that. That would be news to me.
It's the permit itself, not regarding the covenant. I just wanted to make note that you said that the permit is specifically regarding drainage. Whereas maybe the covenant mentions drainage, but the permit is regarding stormwater quality.
Karen? Go ahead.
Having been in this town all my life, so when Southview was developed, Southview's roads were not taken over by the town of Richmond a year into it. I mean, you have multiple roads up there. So I think just an important note here is when the town actually took over the roads, because that meant that that covenant was in place for a number of years, because it wasn't year number 2 that the town took the roads over. My point to everybody who is in Southview, if you have title insurance, I just want to bring this to your attention. If you have title insurance, this is a title issue. Your title insurance will take care of, if you've protected yourself through title insurance, it will take care of resolving this problem for you with all the legal fees associated with it. That insurance is in place, and if one homeowner has it, who can bring that lawyer to the table to help, it will potentially help all the homeowners at the same time. Been here, done that with another development. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Check your title insurance policy. It'll solve the problem.
Potentially.
If you pay for it, it will.
Yes.
I'm Paul Garrett, and I'm the
mic.
I'm the Southview pioneer. I was the first person to live there. There were covenants in place. I'm aware of that. The covenants were fairly specific, including the siding that used to be used on houses and so on. As far as I know, none of that has been enforced. In fact, I was told at one point, because I inquired about it, by the lawyer for the development, the man who oversaw the development, that the covenants were no longer in effect. I don't have that written down anywhere, but that's what I was told by the lawyer. So that's all I can tell you.
It strikes me there is an opportunity to say, well, whoever that attorney was, if they're still around and in practice, like, what is the basis for saying that, which might inform like a communication back to the town?
I have my deed right here, and these covenants aren't in it. They should be in my deed.
Do we have any?
Dave, go ahead.
Yeah.
You're
If you're muted.
Dave, you're muted.
Can't hear you, Dave.
Dave, you're muted. Okay, I think.
Thank you, Mike.
Sorry, my bad. Most deeds will start in the indented paragraph by saying being all on the same lands and premises conveyed by warranty deed of John Smith dated X at book X page Y. That is incorporating by reference all references in those prior deeds. So if you follow the chain back to the first deed, it will likely say that that your property is subject to these protective covenants. If it doesn't, that may mean that they're not valid, but I don't have any evidence from which to conclude that they have been terminated or are otherwise invalid. So until we have that, at this point in time, it's best to treat Southview as if they have an association like the other neighborhoods that have associations and are subject to the 3-acre rule.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, so my understanding is, I don't know, 15 years ago or so, the town had applied to take over the Southview permit, and under this orphan permit program. Do we have any sort of emails or discussions from that period of time where this issue might have come up around whether there was any HOA in place or any similar entity?
Nothing that I've seen. I've seen a limited amount of stuff from the state on the orphan permit, and I don't recall seeing anything about a covenant at that time.
Okay, because obviously this covenant's been in place since the 80s, and so I'm just a little surprised, like to the extent it didn't come up, 15 years ago. So I was just wondering if this has been discussed before.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're all learning.
So I guess,
go ahead.
Kind of related point.
Could you say your name?
Mike Warner, Southview resident. In the 2007 paperwork, when Ron Rogensky was running this issue, the town was listed as the permittee on this. Forgive me if this was covered before, but when did the town relinquish that responsibility, or when was that responsibility transferred from the town?
Dave, do you want to speak to orphan permits? Because I think that's when the town would have
Sure.
signed on as a
So
permittee.
there's two things. So one, the orphan permits are no longer valid. They were replaced by the 90/50 permit or the 3-acre permit. So they have whatever was on them really has no bearing on who's a co-permittee under the 90/50 permit. The town is a co-permittee with Southview on the 90/50 permit because it owns a road within the 3-acre area. The town is not, however, going to take on the responsibility for the improvements required by the 3-acre permit or the engineering feasibility analysis on its own. The town did initially file a notice of intent for coverage, but it withdrew its signature, I think, Josh, in September of 2023, about a year ago or thereabouts. So as of that time, the town said that it's going to share responsibility under the 3-acre rule with the other residents of Southview, just like it's doing with the other neighborhoods that have homeowners associations and are subject to the 3-acre rule.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, when that, so that responsibility was retired, was there an obligation to notify anyone that they had to assume the responsibility for the remainder of those permits?
I don't know the answer to that question. When the orphan permit was done, the Agency of Natural Resource posted notice of the adoption of the 3-acre rule, and it was adopted pursuant to a legislative enactment, the Vermont Clean Water Act, I think, in 2018. So there was a fair amount of notice about those enactments.
And was that notice sent to the permittee?
My understanding is that all the Southview residents got notice about 2 months ago.
And about a year or 2 years before that, the town got notification from the state too. But they initially notified the state as the prior permittee, I believe, and didn't notify individual residents. That was like the state sending information.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Kevin Kittinger in Southview. So is it clear that the city still has responsibility for the roads, major roads that run through there? So my question to you, the board, is what are you doing about your responsibilities for the permit and the stormwater management for those roads?
Maybe we should describe how it works with Greystone, similarly situated.
Sure. So with Greystone, the homeowners association is actually the one that's sort of leading the charge on hiring an engineer, submitting all the permits, getting things in place. And the town is working right now on agreements with Greystone to discuss the roles and responsibilities under the permit and to discuss the cost share associated with those improvements. So the town is sort of working in partnership with the Greystone Homeowners Association to cover the road portion in that instance.
It's also important for everybody to understand the town's road discharge of stormwater from its roadways is already covered under the municipal roads general permit for those road segments that are hydrologically connected. So the town already has a permit for its stormwater runoff from its roadways. It is essentially being double permitted here. And so we are relying on our discharge being covered by the MRGP while we work with residents who are subject to the 3-acre rule.
Go ahead.
Question on that point. Didn't the state say that they didn't consider that prior permit does cover your roads? I thought that they said this was separate or in addition to that other permit.
To the orphan permit?
No,
No, they're two separate things. Correct.
So you would still be required to do some type of permitting for the city roads.
I think we'll still be required, right, Dave, on both of the permits?
Yeah, as long as the residents are going to work with us, yes.
And if the residents don't work with you?
Then we'll have to see what the agency does. Or the town will make a different decision at a later time when that comes to pass.
And through this process, will the town be communicating to the rest of the residents, other than the ones that are here, to let them know that this is going on, that there may be some type of exposure for the town? Like budgeting and so forth. That's a
Yeah.
yes?
I-
I just saw you shaking your head. I don't know if that you're speaking for the board.
No,
or
we have
yourself.
agreed to send letters every time we have much of anything to report. We're gonna err on the side of.
I mean, we can't reasonably send a letter before every select board meeting.
No,
So I
when
think
there's something.
if there was a legit, like a major development, then
Yeah.
sure. Yes.
I just bring that up because since this board decided not to file NOI on this permit, nothing appeared in the town annual report or on town day. Those I thought would have been great opportunities for you to be describing to the rest of the town what exposures they have, what risks lie in the future, and how you are going to address them going forward, as opposed to radio silence, which is what I think happened.
Go ahead.
Well, are there not 6 developments subject to the 3-acre rule in the town of Richmond? So I'm just pointing out, Southview is one of 6. There is at least one other where it's a combination of town road and private property. So I'm not aware of anybody dealing with this. I will say perhaps my misunderstanding, misperception, since it was a state rule managed by the Agency of Natural Resources. It was my understanding a year ago, it's the state people communicating to the property owners as they did elsewhere.
I'm referring to the city roads that we would still be responsible for.
So the town roads are still responsible. We've been responsible all along. I mean, so,
And as a taxpayer, I would think you would notify us if there's an exposure based upon a decision that this board has made.
I don't understand the comment, but I will say that the town manages its roads in compliance with the state permits. We got roads all over town, literally and figuratively. And we deal with permitting on all of those roads together. And as part of the road town highway budget, we deal with like, okay, what are the permitting issues? What maintenance issues do we have? For those of you who have been a longer resident of Richmond, you will have noticed, in spite of recent damage, substantial changes to the design and management of many of the town roads. Like if you look at the shoulders of the roads, they used to, at one point 30 years ago, it was dirt or gravel, and it's now riprap of various sizes. Those are the sorts of activities that we've dealt with for over 10 years around management of town roads and stormwater and erosion. So to the point of, are those part of the town budget and are they discussed? The town highway supervisor their foreman has come to town meetings, I think every year that I've lived here for decades, and talks about the kinds of issues that come up and what they're dealing with erosion and stormwater. So I don't know, could we have communicated differently, more effective? Probably, but those things have come up repeatedly from my perception, even before I was on the select board every year.
On the screen,
Oh,
Katie Filkins.
Hey, Caitlin Filkins, sorry, it's my work computer. I appreciate that the town has found a cause to not support the citizens of Southview, and that we're now going to have to take this to a place where our lawyer is going to talk to your lawyer and go there. However, I think what Kevin is referring to is the rest of the community, in that you are still responsible for the Southview roads, regardless if we participate or not actively with you. You still are responsible for that section, and it's not covered under any existing permit. And if you are not going to file a permit for that part of the roads, you're out of compliance, and therefore you are putting other taxpayers, not necessarily just the Southview residents, at risk. And I think what Kevin is saying is that he would then want to have those persons notified of that risk of not taking action because we are not willing, or I'm not willing, I can't speak to my neighbors, to take action at this time without further communication.
So I have a question. I know, it's not related to what we just talked about, sorry, kind of, but we did get a grant to do this, and it strikes me that if we do nothing, we do sacrifice the grant money. Is that something that we're consciously doing now? Is there an opportunity to not sacrifice that grant money? I mean, it seems the likely outcome of this in some capacity or another is that either the existing or non-existent HOA puts a lien on properties, the town puts a lien on properties, the state puts a lien on properties, or finds some means to assess costs on homeowners. So no matter what, seems like in some capacity, costs are going to get assessed. So while we hash all that out, are we obligated to not utilize this grant money to, in a parallel path, be figuring out what needs to be done? I mean, that seems, I guess I'm not entirely sure that I'm willing to dig in onto this to the point that we're gonna sacrifice $50,000. I don't know from a legal standpoint or anything how we do both of those things.
We have a couple motions in the packet. And there, for those of you looking at your memo, they start on page 230, on line 239. And I'm actually gonna make the first motion. If no one chooses to second, that's up to them. But Mr. Chairman, I move to submit the notice of intent and the permit application for stormwater permit 3-9050 for the Southview subdivision, with the understanding that any costs for permit fees and engineering and construction of infrastructure upgrades related to this permit that are not covered by a grant will be split between the town and the homeowners located within the permitted area.
I'll second that.
Adam also.
Okay, so that has us spending that grant money. The permit obtainment assistance program, again, as you cited, $20,000 for permit fees, $30,000 for preliminary engineering. We've got that money. We might as well commence. And then once we have an idea of, the preliminary engineering will not be a complete plan, but once that preliminary engineering is being done, then we're going to have something to actually bring to the table and say, here's what we're looking at. How are we going to divvy this cost up? But right now, I think getting the preliminary engineering going and going ahead and getting the permit filed so that it's in motion, I think that's the logical next step, but I'm just 20% of the select board.
I guess my only concern with that, I know that I'm not a lawyer and I don't know what legal obligations that gives us, but I agree with you, Jay. I think that's the right move to get this. We're gonna have to find a solution at some point, no matter what. We've been giving grant money to start that process, so it seems ridiculous to not spend that grant money and utilize it to find some preliminary design.
And to start to get a sense of how much money are we talking between, at the very least, the split between the town and the homeowners. And there seemed to be more than one way to split among the homeowners. If I understand the original protective covenants, it was 1/44. Everybody's in, you pay your 1/44. There are other methods like your share of impermeable surface. I don't know what else is allowable under the law, or if both of those are allowable under the law, if the town were to manage it separate from a homeowners association. But it seems to me that all roads lead to this, some form of cost sharing between the property owners and the town, as we have in other areas like Greystone. Shared responsibility.
Dave, go ahead.
My question as part of this discussion is whether the grant has already been awarded or whether we need to actually submit an NOI before we access the grant funds. Until the HOA, until Southview determines what it wants to do as far as the Southview Association is concerned, the town should wait to sign the notice of intent for the association to figure out what it wants to do, because both parties are co-permittees under this permit. The town shouldn't be the sole co-permittee for reasons we've discussed in previous public meetings.
So the grant has been awarded and the money is there for the town to spend the $30,000 towards engineering and $20,000 towards the permit fee. And I think we have until September of next year to expend the money.
Is spending the the money on the $30,000 in engineering contingent upon also submitting an NOI in parallel, or is that not a real requirement that's spelled out?
I don't,
Can we start the engineering process and sort the NOI out in a week, 2 weeks, 2 months?
yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how you have to order those with the grant.
This is Tom Bednar from Greystone.
Okay.
Yeah, in order to, it's not a grant, it's a reimbursement program. So you can't start charging to that program until you have an approved NOI. So you have to have the engineering work done, submitted to the state and approved, which is not a given, right? I mean, we have an preliminary engineering plan that we haven't submitted yet because we don't really have an agreement with you folks on the cost sharing yet, but when we do, we will. It says what it says in terms of estimated cost. The state could turn around and say, sorry, that's not good enough. You gotta do more, and it could be more, or they could fine us double about what we have estimated if they choose to. If they recommend fixes to the property that is not feasible because we can't hit the inch per acre mark. So, but again, it's a reimbursement program. We don't have that money. We don't have $50,000. We submitted the POA as a co-licensee. So we just happen to do it. Either one of us could do it, but I think whoever does it has to control that POA relationship for the duration. Not that that matters much. It's still the same number. But again, you don't get 50,000. You submit a receipt, an invoice, and you get
Reimbursed.
Maybe, hopefully.
No,
Go
just
ahead.
to clarify that.
Yeah, Brendan Filkins, Barb, one of the things that you just said I thought was interesting, in terms of how costs are distributed. And I think I agree with you, there's a variety of different ways that those could be divvied up. When you talk about the percent of impervious surface, I think it's pretty clear that like 80+% of that is the roads. Is that what you're talking about there in terms of the town taking
Well,
responsibility for
what I
the
understood
roads?
is the percentage was really different from 80-20. Do we have a sense of what the percentage?
Since
estimate-
I don't know exactly for the scope we're talking about now. I think the original estimation when we were including all of Southview, Hidden Pines and Mary Drive, it was like a third town, 2/3 private, somewhere in that neighborhood, but we haven't recalculated, just focusing on the 44 properties and the associated roads.
So my only point is I don't really know, but I wouldn't assume it's 20-80, 80 being the town.
And how are you calculating? Are you using the data that the state used, the GIS data that the state used to determine impervious land? And can you share that data with the folks from the town? And can I have that data?
So as far as the data, as far what's
The GIS data that they use
what
to
is impervious
determine
versus not impervious?
the
Yeah, so I can share, and I think I have in a previous packet, the map that the engineer sort of preliminarily put together when we were including everything.
GIS data.
I don't know if I even have the GIS data for that. I'd have to ask the
How
engineer because it
would
was.
you calculate?
So it was a very
percentage?
preliminary beginning of like, this is where they thought they were. I can ask Watershed, who is starting to do that work for us, what they have. But really what I've seen is the
So
map
how
they
did you
shared.
come up with the 1/3?
So again, it was what the Watershed consultant had shared is they started to do some work on this, and I don't have all their work as far as how they got to that estimate. All I have is really the map.
I would like to
I
access
can-
to that data.
Look, there's some experience that the state knows for your permit area, what percentage of the permeable. You know, they have the satellite maps and they do the math and they tell you that the road is X% and the driveways and roofs are Y%.
The state actually
And,
just told us in an email that they don't have
Right.
that though, like that was the email to Josh, right?
Yeah, they were like, your engineer needs to figure that out was
Yeah.
basically the response
My
from the
experience
state.
is that they have a preliminary number that I told our engineer, I should say, because they share the raw data, right, the map.
No, that's not, the
And the
raw data, the
engineer-
raw data is GIS data, and I asked for that from the state, and they've not shared it. Now I'm asking
Well, it exists.
from the town, and if you're
But
able to
that's- they
calculate
give it to you or not.
that it's 1/3, then you need to be able to provide that data.
So I'm just gonna say, I don't, when I said, I don't think it's 80-20, that's based on this. I'm not an engineer. I don't have a GIS system. I'm not telling you what the percentage is. That's what we heard before. And so ultimately it has to come down to what's this cost sharing? And it strikes me there's two splits, right? What's the town share going to be based on our percentage? And then what's the private homeowners? And then depending on an association, are you going to figure out how to divvy up among the 44 property owners? Or I think that failing that, then it goes to the town and the town figures it out and presents everybody with bills for their share in whatever fashion. I'm making that up a little bit because our attorney clearly is saying his first stop is it's the protective covenants. You need to decide, are you going to resurrect this association and manage these pieces? And if not, where does that leave both the town and the state with the homeowners, property owners saying, we're not dealing with this as an association?
Oh,
He was first. Let Mike go first.
go ahead.
I just want to clarify this. Is the funding that you're talking about from the POA program? Okay, I have an email here from Madeline Russell, the 3-acre stormwater project developer from September 30th, saying unfortunately POA application is already closed and all the available funding was awarded. So did we get her?
We submitted an application and were awarded.
Thank you.
Yeah, the town was on behalf.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of talk about the 44 original lots, and I've done a lot of research. Can we get a list of who those people are that provided to us? In some of the research I've done, I'm coming up with 46, so we just like to know who is and who isn't, and who can provide that, the state or the town. From our last meeting, I felt the state was very vague, and I have not been able to get any answers as to why we'll call Southview Middle and Southview North are not part of this. It sounded like they basically said, well, we met our threshold with just you 44.
Well, the explanation they gave us was that there was an actual permit back in the 80s for Southview South, if we can call it that. There never was one for Southview Middle and Southview North.
Why did they not need one?
I do not know the answer to that, but the justification was we're reactivating the old permits, and that, as you say, that lets us meet our water quality goal. We don't need to take these people in, but that was their algorithm. If there was a old permit that never actually technically went into abeyance, they said, guess what? I don't want.
Contradictory, because they're saying we're targeting subdivisions because they're enforceable entities, but we're only targeting 40% of your stuff, you know, like.
No,
it's
No, I think
crazy.
we all agree with you on that.
Okay.
You do.
Thank you.
I mean, I went on
I appreciate
WCAX
that.
and said
The
exactly
last-
that, so.
Question is, and maybe Greystone can answer this. How often do these have to be renewed? And what's the cost of that? I know there's a big cost difference in like the Hidden Pines stormwater permit and the Southview one. It was like, you know, $250 and $30,000 or something. So what are we, you know, we have to do this. Are we looking at every 5 years, we gotta pay $30,000 to renew this? And possibly more work that the state says you gotta do because what you did isn't enough, and fines and fees and.
Well, I mean, yes, this is a gift that keeps on giving. I mean, even under the old stormwater license, there was a license fee that came up. I don't know if it was 5 years or what it was. It wasn't $30,000, or at least it wasn't. It was an amount of money you could budget for, and it was, yeah, it's another form of a property tax, but it's you can budget for it. You also do have to get inspected by an engineer every year and pay for that. And occasionally the engineer might say you have to do something. It's never been a horrible, expensive thing for most people, unless you had a big storm which you had to fix a problem with that. But no, I mean, by accident of history, right? We had an HOA from 1990 as opposed to 1980 or whatever it was for you folks. We've been, paying this for the last 30 years. In part, since the road agreement was put in place 10 years after we paid it.
You've been paying your stormwater permits for.
We've been sharing it with the town for 30 years.
But
The
then.
old
that's
one wasn't nearly as onerous as this.
Right,
This is-
right.
we've been-
I know this number came up in the last meeting that Hidden Pines was 200 something bucks.
So the ones that are not 3 acre rules are $240 every 5 years. And then, as Tom mentioned, there's an annual inspection that I think was like less than $1,000 per site for an engineer to go look at it. And then make some recommendations back as far as cleaning or potential improvements. Again, it was never very large. It's a good question though about once the 3 acre site is complied and constructed a new system, I don't know what the ongoing permit costs are. We'd have to ask the state what that is. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we talked a little bit about sort of getting communication from the town to the homeowners in Southview, and just looking at what was included in the meeting materials for tonight, there is this communication between Terry Purcell from DEC and Josh. And this does contain a lot of really helpful substantive information, so thank you for including it in the materials. I guess my request is, to the extent that there are more communications like this, would you be able to share it with us? I don't know if it would be part of meeting materials, or if you could sort of post it somewhere. I know there's a discussion of having somewhere on the town website where sort of like Southview stormwater stuff could be saved or shared with us in some way, basically, because I just want to make sure that we're up to date in the information we're getting, because I think I've been frustrated. I think other people have been frustrated because it feels like the guidance we get has been evolving and changing, and they're saying the permit area is this, and now it's this, and it's very confusing.
Yeah,
and
my
hard.
suggestion was that we have literally a page, a document repository
Mhm.
linked in at the very top of the town website, and just put everything there.
Yeah, I mean, something that would be totally reasonable. I just want to make sure that, again, like, we're getting what you're getting. And I know I've also shared several emails back to Josh that I've received from the state, just because I was like, it behooves us all to be on the same page here, right? And have the same information and know what the state's saying we should or shouldn't be doing. So that would be great.
He hasn't
Oh,
gone
go
yet
ahead.
all the way over there, so.
Hi there, Tom Carpenter. So this is the second meeting that I've heard people talk about special assessments. I've been in Richmond all my life, been in Southview for 30 years. There was no covenants or no homeowners association in 94 when I moved in. But the thing that gets me is taxpayers in the town of Richmond, when they figure your property, they're figuring on a factor of 1. But if you live in Southview or Greystone, you're figuring on 1.1. So I'm assuming that all the extra taxes I'm paying, you're gonna pay for my stormwater. I've been paying an extra 1% or 10% for 30 years. And I would think that would be, you guys would have saved that for the stormwater permit.
Tom, can I correct you?
Sure.
As of the reappraisal, everywhere in town but the village is at 1.1. Greystone is at a 1.3, I believe. And so Southview is at a 1.1, same as me out on Route 2. So I gotta correct you, the reappraisal reassessed everybody. So you're no longer paying more than me, even though you live in a development and I don't.
Yep.
Okay? I have Route 2, interstate, railroad, and river, and I pay the same value of my land as you do for yours. So I just want to correct that. My question is, there's a motion on the floor.
Mhm.
It's been seconded. The motion on the floor at the very end says split.
Mhm.
I have an issue with the word split. Because the word split almost sounds like 50-50. Okay, it's a percentage issue there. And just like Greystone knows that the town is 44% of their subdivision or some number that they've calculated, there's got to be a percentage here. Because if
Mr.
you're-
Chairman, may I make an amendment to my own motion to put the word proportional in front of the word split?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Seconded. Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And the only other thing is, I think your motion has to tie in the fact that you're moving forward with this. I want to understand, you're moving forward with this, whether their association comes together or not.
Mhm.
Okay, so you are retaining the right to charge them. But does it say that in there? Because if they don't ever get together and do their covenant thing or their association.
Then we'll
thing,
do a special assessment district.
Okay. But the motion that you're taking, can you reread that again then?
I move to submit the notice.
Just so the board knows, there's no ability to independently charge the Southview residents at this time.
Correct.
Right.
We would have to develop that
Structure.
authority.
Yeah.
And then the methodology.
Can you read it again?
So I move to submit the notice of intent and the permit application for stormwater permit 3-9050 for the Southview subdivision, with the understanding that any cost for permit fees and engineering and construction of infrastructure upgrades related to this permit that are not covered by a grant will be proportionally split between the town and the homeowners located within the permitted area.
Can I ask your town attorney a question now? David, can I ask you a question?
You may ask, but I may not answer.
So here's the question, since I'm a taxpayer that doesn't live in Southview. So I care about this, from a different standpoint. By doing the permit and doing this motion tonight, rather than putting in place the ability to assess them separately, have we knocked out that ability? Have we nullified that ability to charge them separately in the future?
Not at all. The town can vote at any time to establish a special assessment district. However, I think again, the select board should wait to see if we can deal with an association before moving forward with any notices of intent.
And I'm not your lawyer. I'm just the taxpayer that's helping pay for your lawyer that understands that you're going against your legal advice. And since it's a whole year before you have to spend this $50,000, you might want to give yourself 30 days to see if their homeowners association is going to go or not. So you at least know what direction you're going in. But all I'm saying is I appreciate you making that amendment. I appreciate knowing that you can do it, do an assessment after the fact, whatever you guys decide. It's your decision.
Katie, go ahead.
Hey, Caitlin Filkins, I'm in Overlook Lane off of Southview. The motion on the table, I have slight concern with the wording of it as well, in terms of that it does speak to the engineering aspect and moving forward. I would like to be, especially if I'm going to be like fiscally responsible for any decision that's made there. I would like to be separate that out, so that the motion on the table is really just that we're putting forward the NOI and the permit application and the engineering assessment, but we're not committing to any engineering work or any further steps until additional motions would be carried at that point. What I don't want to get to is that we are committing to saying, yeah, town, go ahead and you go ahead making decisions, and then you can set up how we'll financially figure that out later. But what I do want to do is use the award money that we have been granted, and I'm willing to pay what we need to pay as part of that when we decide that where that falls as part of using the grant money to do the engineering assessment and submit the NOI.
David?
I was just going to say that there's no if this motion passes, there is no cost share at this time because all the money that is going to be expended has been awarded and is free through a cost reimbursement grant. It is, but you know, with the town at this point, there may be costs in the future. But right now, what the motion, my understanding is that the town is talking about spending money that's been awarded through a cost reimbursable grant program. So that, you know, any pro rata share based on an impervious surface, each party's respective impervious surface area, then divided by however many properties there are. That's a decision for another day, most likely.
Yeah, so I guess clarify, Caitlin, we did get some preliminary numbers on what the initial engineering would be, and it would be under the $50,000 amount. So we're not committing to anything above and beyond that for the phase one engineering, which will get us hopefully a preliminary estimate.
Sorry, do you have a number you could share with us though? Because I think DEC said that almost 20,000 would have to go to the permit fee, and then the other 30K would go towards engineering studies. So I just want to know, like,
Yes, we get a breakdown. It ends up being Josh, do you want to walk us through this breakdown?
Yeah, I mean, so
These
it's
line
basically a
items.
rough estimate from an engineer, watershed consulting of $30,845, which is almost exactly the $30,000 that would be available in the grant. A little lower, and they're working on refining their official scope of that, but that was his initial cost estimate.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, was that you said watershed, is that the same engineer that was at the meeting last time?
Right, we had engaged him, Right.
Andres?
yes.
I guess my understanding was at the last meeting, he indicated that due to the scope of our site, that it may be more than that 30. Is this a more current number?
This is a number he gave me recently. He said he was gonna refine the scope though, and get back to me. But this is
Clear,
just sort
this
of
is only
initial.
for phase one too. There
Yeah,
would be a phase
right,
two.
sorry, yeah,
Substantially more money afterwards to
That's a good
fully
point.
design and.
We're gonna go knock over a bank or something.
This is just for the preliminary.
Exactly, yes. The final engineering would be much more costly, yes.
In the back?
I sense some nice support from the select board and some unhappiness from other town residents about this. And I would like to say that, you know, we're just unfortunate that we live here or there, you know, in the example of my neighbor sitting next to me, people across the street and next to her don't have to do this and she does. You know, this is all from a federal law requiring clean water, which we all benefit from. Is there any avenue to fight the state on this?
Bart? I'll just say, you know, people can always fight the state. Can you find somebody, what's the vehicle to fight the state? So if the legislature passed a statute and the Agency of Natural Resources is following the statute, that strikes me as a pretty steep uphill climb to fight the state. And, you know, these may be arbitrary, but I'll remind you that the posted with our meetings, with tonight's agenda items is item 3H02, the ANR 3-acre list by town. Says it's apparently from a legislative report, last updated 9/25/2020. There are, if I counted correctly, 6 3-acre sites or developments in Richmond, including Greystone, the mobile home park, J. Hudson's 2 storage units, Richmond Elementary School, Southview, and Vermont Caterpillar Machinery Sales and Service. Those are all impacted by this. So is that fair? Arguably not. And
Right,
to the
but
point earlier
3
about.
of those are commercial properties or the school.
And the statute was apparently blind to that. And then when I look at this, back to the question of acreage, so this is an ANR document they produced. They show Southview at that point as having 9.11 GIS impervious acres. So somehow they produced an estimate of impervious acres from GIS, not the town, but they did. So somehow they did that to come up with that figure, right? It's pretty exact, 9.11, like, I don't know if that's.
Previous permit.
I don't know if it's virtual, well, it's not a permit because they're looking at things like driveways and sheds and anything impervious. So I don't think it's obvious from any permit. GIS suggests they're looking in real time at what was actually installed in that neighborhood, right? That's what it reads to me. It's not a permit from 1982 because none of that existed in 1982.
Wasn't the previous stormwater permit that specified how much impervious land they're requiring a stormwater mitigation?
I'm just telling you, it's their document that says GIS impervious acres. So it really looks to me like they figure it out from GIS impervious acres, not a permit or the town or somebody else. So I don't know if that's helpful or not. It sort of sets the scale, like somebody next to, I think there are people who live next to the mobile home park who are not subject and the mobile home park is. There are people who live next to Richmond Elementary and they are not subject, but Richmond Elementary is. I mean.
Right, but in the case of Richmond Elementary, who's paying for it? All the taxpayers, right?
I'm not prepared to debate the fairness of a state statute and how it imposed costs on a combination of public entities, private entities, low income like entities like the Riverview Commons Mobile Home Park. I'm not saying it's fair. There's just like this mixture of different properties impacted. I'm not prepared to defend it's fair. It's what they said.
I'm just
Felony.
bringing up the point, and one other thing that I found, I believe is Hidden Pines is at like 2.81 acres of impervious surfaces, so they barely get under.
I bet there are many, many properties who are slightly under 3 acres.
Right, so I mean, it's arbitrary and it's just waste of bad luck, but.
I do not dispute what you're saying at all. I think
I'm just, I'm feeling quite a bit of negative energy from people who aren't part of this, and, I'd just like to say, hopefully there's some understanding that we're all not be that.
You gotta contact your state legislatures.
Well, our senator, one of our state senators is on the call.
So.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and just to tag on to that a little bit, I think that the difference that I'm hearing here is that it seems like 5 out of the 6 cases, the entities involved were aware of this all along, whereas this kind of came to our attention very recently. And so that's why we have a room full of folks from Southview and not the other 5 entities, so.
Unless they don't know yet either.
Right, they might be here next week.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Katie, go ahead.
Sorry. Katie Filkins, I want to just make a comment on can we fight the state on this piece? I want to make sure that it's understood that in the last meeting, the state representatives were there, they're listening. Tom's here tonight. And it's not just us, and it's not just Richmond. There's actually a lot of communities around Vermont that are impacted by this 3-acre rule. So I just want to make sure that folks in this room and people listening to this don't feel small. And I want to make sure that we understand that this is a really major issue that's not just affecting the 44 homes. Now, it's coming to light as a result of the history of Southview, and we are able to have a leg to stand on in that. We're not an entity. And so that is why we've had so much discussion around it, but we are not the only ones. Greystone's here today. Like we're saying, do the other communities know about this? There's other communities outside of Richmond that are facing this as well. This is a state level issue. It's very complicated. The town is in a tough place in trying to protect themselves as the town select board, understandably. And don't be afraid to raise this up to the state representatives and so forth, because it is a big issue, and don't feel small in this. And Tom's been listening the whole time, which has been great.
Thank you, Bart, and then I'll go to Tyler.
Just one other comment at the bottom of this table. So it's just a copy or a photocopy of a single page from this report. Back to, boy, just barely caught. It's Country Grove condominiums in Rutland City with 3.05 acres.
Yo.
Better than 3.01.
Like maybe if they took a shed down,
There could be a fire someday.
Tyler, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick point of clarification. So actually, I just issued a permit, I want to say over the summer, for the Camel's Hump, the middle and elementary school, for basically a bioretention pond as a direct result of the 3-acre stuff. So I just want to let you know that some entities are starting to pull permits for it. That's one that I've just dealt with. That was probably, I want to say, in June. I issued that permit, June or July, somewhere's in there. But just wanted more for information for you guys. That's all.
Thank you, Tyler. Go ahead.
Yeah, Brendan Wilkins. And this comment is mostly to be heard at the state level, because I do think this is an argument that we need to take to the state. But at the last meeting, it became very clear, and I think they literally made the statement that to determine the 3-acre rule, they analyzed the minimum number of permits that they would need to address to sort of check the box to meet this federal requirement. And the problem with that is that the size and the percentage of impervious land on these permits that they're evaluating vary so drastically that we end up in a place where we are not optimizing to the intervention that we're trying to implement. We are optimizing to the amount of paperwork that we need to do. And that is wrong, and we shouldn't be doing that at a state level or a town level. We should not be this. We need to fight this on so many different levels, but I really hope that at the state level that the idea of addressing things to minimize paperwork is and to make inefficient interventions for meaningful results is really just it's important as a government, and we need to do better.
Mr. Chairman, while I absolutely agree with pretty much everything that's been said here tonight about the unfairness of all this, it is essentially 11 p.m. at this point. And I was wondering if we could call a question.
Yeah, because we still have easily an hour's worth of work to do tonight. Okay, so
One quick,
Go ahead.
clarifying about that. Are we obligated to spend this money in engineering? Is there a timeline for that? Were we obligated to spend this money?
For the grant money, I
Yeah.
think it's up until next September.
September, yeah.
There's no reason we couldn't push this question for a month and see what happens.
Or we could,
So we could withdraw the motion, vote the motion down. We do have a motion on the floor that we need to,
Address.
yeah.
as our attorney has said, the financial arrangements can be worked out at any point in the future. We know we need to do this engineering. I
Right.
don't see why we should push it out. Like, let's go ahead and start the ball rolling.
Art?
And to expand on that, Jay, if this is fair, I think this work will help us understand the scope and cost of eventually, like, if we're arguing about $10,000 worth of work, that's a different argument than we're arguing about $400,000 worth of work.
Right.
And so perhaps the more we know about facts or scope, the better off we'll be in future conversations.
Yeah.
Agree. I know that Dave has been adamant that we don't file the NOI, and I imagine there's a reason behind that, but I'm inclined to agree with you. I'm also not a lawyer, so.
Yeah.
So calling the motion to a vote, do we want the motion read again, or are we good to go with the vote?
Would you read it again?
I will be happy to read it again. I get paid by the word. I move to submit the notice of intent and the permit application for stormwater permit 3-9050 for the Southview subdivision, with the understanding that any cost for permit fees and engineering and construction of infrastructure upgrades related to this permit that are not covered by a grant will be proportionately split between the town and the homeowners located within the permitted area.
Motion made by Jay, seconded by Bard, and Dave has his hand up. Go ahead.
I was just gonna respond to Adam's question about the notice of intent, as was clear from the meeting last 2 weeks ago. If you put your name on your notice of intent, there's a chance the agency is gonna make you own it and be the solely responsible party. The agency has not been forthcoming with a commitment of no action or anything of any certainty upon which we can rely. So that's the issue with the notice of intent, is that you are then making yourself the target. They may exercise discretion and not enforce. They may not do it right away. They may have sympathy on the town and Southview residents, but they were unwilling to make any commitments whatsoever. So that's the purpose for my advice on that one point.
And it strikes me that, you know, when we state proportionate cost sharing, there are two vehicles to do that. It's either a resurrected unincorporated association, or, which doesn't really exist, although apparently there's legal evidence that it exists as a perhaps hollow shell, or an ability to set fees in some fashion on the 44 property owners, and the legal authority to do that does not exist yet either. So we'd be predicating the motion and our activity on the existence of a financial mechanism that does not yet exist.
I just have a general comment, and it's probably not for you. It's probably at a state level, but for those individual properties, because it won't be the municipal roads, but for the individual properties where this will be affected, will there be any additional financial compensation for those individual properties?
Unknown.
Yeah.
Well, maybe define compensation.
If somebody
Or
has to
what?
put a stormwater retention pond on their property where they lose a large portion of their lawn, their backyard, whatever it is. That will potentially negatively impact either resale value. Or if they have children, is their playground gonna get torn down? But that's some type of financial impact for an individual. So then will the town be paying that? Will the individual property owners be paying that back as well? And once again, this is probably not a
Right.
specific comment.
Right, and it's getting later by the minute.
I will just, let me respond quickly, because I've thought about this at least briefly, that right now the town has no authority to give a property owning money for anything. You know, like, why? So A, that's the short answer. B, the longer answer, this might illustrate why our attorney is advising us to try to compel you to create the association, because then it's not the town trying to deal with this. It's you as an association. You as an association, if I understand the covenant correctly, could create an association and deal with these internally. And you decide about who's going to pay for what, and if you're going to reimburse a property owner who has a settling pond or something on their property. The association could do that probably more nimbly with 44 voters than.
But would the town then pay back proportionally?
Could we please just, we don't know the answers to any of this. And
I know, this is
so
not
we
a
need to drop
question
this
for
because
you.
it's getting later and later. We have a motion on the floor and we have an hour's worth of stuff still to do.
Okay, so calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bard,
Jay, aye.
David, I. Thank you. Okay.
You wanna make the second motion that's in there?
Oh, yes, I will make
So
the
I
second
have
motion.
authority to move forward with watershed. No,
So
it's possible.
Mr. Chairman, I move to authorize the town manager to enter into an agreement with Watershed Consulting to assist with the submittal of the notice of intent and the permit application for stormwater permit 3-9050 for the Southview subdivision and phase 1 engineering.
Do we have a second?
Adam, second.
Thank you, Adam. Any discussion? Yes. Okay.
I got one.
Let's discuss that.
Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bard, I.
Jay, aye.
David, I. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you.
You, Dave, sleep well.
I think we should at least do the next one because it's related.
Yeah,
Well, we kind of have to because we have a pending
yeah.
from last meeting.
So next we're at item I, consideration of submitting a stormwater permit renewal applications. Consideration of submitting stormwater permit renewal applications for Mary Drive and Hidden Pines.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to renew the stormwater permits for Mary Drive and Hidden Pines at the expense of the town and to submit these as one permit, noting that they are separate sites, and although the combined total of impervious surface adds up to more than 3 acres, neither site is subject to the 3-acre rule, and that the town agrees to cover the cost of the permit, inspection, and routine maintenance until such time that the state requires infrastructure improvements beyond normal maintenance.
So again, this is just a renewal of what we have been doing. Do we have a second?
Bard, I'll second it.
Hi.
Hi, I have lots of questions.
Okay.
Danielle Bedoin, Hidden Pines. Can you explain why you're moving to combine the renewal of these two separate less than 3-acre sites into one?
I think it makes it administratively easier to deal with them as one site since they're nearby and it's one permit fee, and then you'd hire an engineer to do one inspection. But the states, we could do that and they would make it clear that neither one is subject to a 3-acre rule because they're each individually less than 3 acres. We could do it separately if that's more clear. It would be a slight increase in cost probably, but not huge.
Is there a reason why we can't do them individually, given the entire mess of combining the past 3 permits? And it also puts a target on the back of this permit by having it listed as a greater than 3-acre permit site. And if there's a cover letter attached to it, what legally binding entity is that to make sure the state holds it to less than 3 acres? I can foresee lots of unforeseen consequences with this.
I
So
have no
maybe they're
objection to
not
splitting.
unforeseen.
I withdraw my motion. I hereby
No,
withdraw my
fair
motion. And I will make an altered motion. Excuse me, there it is. I move to renew the stormwater permits for Mary Drive and Hidden Pines at the expense of the town. And that the town agrees to cover the cost of the permit, inspection, and routine maintenance until such time that the state requires infrastructure improvements beyond normal maintenance.
So was that individual? I'm sorry. I missed
I said nothing about combining them.
Right, but should we specify that?
As in, okay, I move to renew the stormwater permits for Mary Drive and Hidden Pines at the expense of the town and to submit these as individual separate permits. And that the town agrees to cover the cost of the permit, inspection, routine maintenance until such time that the state requires infrastructure improvements beyond normal maintenance.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Is Barrel second?
Thank you, Bart. Any further discussion?
That sounds like two separate permits. Thank you.
You're welcome. No, you brought up a fair point, and I hate to say it, but I can see us.
David, question, we have a tabled motion from last meeting?
That is.
This one is.
That's-
It is now.
We're essentially restating it, so that will go away?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just tabling it, we just brought it.
Okay, so
Okay, any further discussion? Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, I.
David, aye.
And I think we could actually probably knock the last three
Um,
out pretty quickly. Don't
oh,
you think?
knock them out. Yes, I thought you were gonna say table. I was gonna say,
Oh.
I think these last four could actually go fairly.
And if you're talking about agenda items, thank you very much for your help with Hidden Pines and Mary Drive.
Thank you all for your patience. I know this is frustrating beyond description.
And reason.
So are we
Yeah.
ready for a motion for item J?
Yes.
This is Bart. I move to approve
Thank you.
hiring East Engineering for the engineering work necessary to repair damaged Dugway Road that was caused in the July 2024 flooding.
Second.
Any further discussion? Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, I.
David, aye. We just picked up 4 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to warn a special town meeting to be held on Saturday, November 9th, 2024 at 9 a.m. at Campbell Middle School.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Lisa?
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lisa. Any further discussion? Calling the motion to a vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, I.
David, aye. We just picked up 14 minutes.
Only an
Mm.
hour.
We might get out of here by 9:55.
And now, update on MERP. MERP.
We submitted the application. I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
It was for
Oh, yeah.
mostly improvements over at the post office.
Yes, it was for all the stuff that we had talked about previously before we had sent it out for review with the town center committee. So it would be, thermal envelope upgrades for the post office, mostly in the roof. Structural repair or upgrades to the roof to support added insulation specifically, and then it added a new roof membrane as part of that process. The other portion of that was efficiency upgrade or mechanical equipment upgrades to bring them in line with current efficiency standards to kind of complement the new and improved thermal envelope. So I don't think we've heard back.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be back in 2 minutes.
It was important to note that the structural, if we needed structural work done to the roof, it was not for the purpose of solar panels. Because originally that was a huge bill that was going to be part of the $10 million project, or the $9.8 million project, was to really redo that roof structure to support the solar panels. They're only gonna come in, they're not gonna redo the whole roof structure this time. They're gonna add insulation, and with the membrane on top, which is a new membrane, it's not like it's gonna add a lot, but they're gonna just make sure the snow load calculation with the insulation is adequate with some structural work if
Likely
need be.
need some upgrades, but it should be pared down from what was.
It's, yeah,
proposed in the
pare it down, way down. I just wanted to make sure, because if anybody turns this on and listens to it, I don't want them to think we did.
And we haven't heard back on the status of the grant. We know it's submitted.
Okay.
That's all we know.
What's the date of the current roof structure?
Oh,
Is that original from?
Don't know off the top of my
No.
head, but I know it's towards End of
Is
life.
is it life expired kind of thing?
I think
This
94.
this grant was for the purpose of efficiency
Yeah.
and heating and et cetera. So
like
the
this
fact
much
that a new
insulation.
upright would help along with the insulation. It's irrelevant what the age of the life of the roof is. If they want to make it brand new, or like
I
brand
think
new,
it's
we'll take it.
it's not end of life, but it would.
It's not.
It's closer to the end than the beginning.
See it in here.
We're getting a free roof.
That's
out of
fair.
it.
Thank
If
you.
it works, we will
That's
get
all
a
I
free
got.
roof out of this, and that's an added benefit of this
Yep.
whole thing, is we kind of reset the clock.
And real quick, I don't mean to, but I know Jay's gone, so I don't want to go to your next subject yet. We did talk about foundational work and things like that, but because the grant, the number was already at 450 or for whatever it was, plus a 10% for overages, we were at the 500. So that's why we didn't include any of that. But it doesn't mean that if we get awarded the grant and they say, oh, well, you should do this too.
There's a chance that our contingency money, et cetera, is not used up, and it sounds like we were allocated an amount, so if we were able to do additional thermal improvements, mostly in the basement would be the next opportunity there, we would be able to do that, assuming we were awarded money.
Thank you for your role in this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
they're like-
not sure. I don't think any of us are confident we're gonna get like $500,000 right away, but hopefully we get something substantial.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you, Adam. Next is consideration of approval of the contract for the town manager, possible executive session.
So this is an update. And does anybody have problems?
Hello.
I read the
Hi.
update. It seems
Where are we?
straightforward.
Yeah.
Still on MERP?
Nope.
Nope. That's the end of the contract.
Okay.
You're on what now, David? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Town manager contract.
Have we made the motions yet?
We have not.
Mr. Chairman, I move to find that premature public knowledge about the employment agreement with the town manager would cause the town or the person to suffer a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Adam, second.
Thank you, Adam. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, I.
All right.
Jay and I.
David, aye.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss the employment agreement with the town manager under the provisions of VSA 313A(1)(a) of the Vermont statutes and invite town manager Josh Arneson into the executive session.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
I'll second. It's Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Jay,
sorry.
aye.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, I.
All right.
David, aye.
Okay. Okay,
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I move to agree to employment agreement for the position of town manager between the town of Richmond and Josh Arneson.
I'll second.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lisa. Any further discussion?
Bard, aye.
Adam,
Jay,
aye.
aye.
Lisa, I.
So, Josh, before I vote,
Okay.
I just want to say on behalf of the board, thank you. I understand the last year of managing the town of Richmond has had its challenges. And the board recognizes that and appreciates that. And I want to publicly acknowledge that and thank you for your service and your dedication and your long hours at being 11:25 on a Monday. So thank you.
Thank you.
And aye, congratulations. You're stuck with us for another 3 years.
Fantastic.
It's a binding contract, right? Nope,
It is
can't
a contract. Yeah.
Okay. So,
No.
minutes and purchase orders and all that.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes of September 16th, 2024.
thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Bard, I'll second it.
Thank you, Bard. Anybody have any suggested edits to those draft minutes?
I do not.
Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote. This is a motion to accept the draft minutes of September 16th.
Adam, aye.
Lisa, I.
Bard, aye.
Jay and I.
David, aye. Next, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of September 23rd.
The special stormwater meeting. Yeah.
Mhm.
Is Bard, I'll second it.
That hasn't been moved yet.
I didn't, so
Oh,
moved.
Thank you,
I'm
Lisa.
saving words.
Motion made by Lisa, seconded by Bard. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve purchase order 4908 to US Bank for a loan payment for the Jericho Road project in an amount of $115,327.43.
Thank you, Jay.
Is Bart, I'll second that.
Thank you, Bard. This is a motion to approve purchase order 4908 to US Bank for a loan payment on Jericho Road in an amount not to exceed $115,327.43. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend purchase order 4937 to FW Webb for culverts to the amount of $75,337.40.
Is Bart, I'll second that.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Bard. Calling the motion to a vote. This is a motion to approve purchase order 4930, to amend purchase order 4937 to FW Webb for culverts in the amount, new amount of $75,337.40. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I.
I move to amend purchase order 4938 to McCullough Crushing for rock and gravel for emergency repairs to the amount of $50,187.
Is Bart, I'll second that.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Bard. This is a motion to amend purchase order 4938 to McCullough Crushing for rock and gravel for emergency road repairs for a new amount of $50,187. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve purchase order number 4998 towing for the rescue truck chassis in the amount of $121,200.
Is Bart, I'll second that.
So this is a new truck.
Yeah, this is
Well, the
already,
chassis to go on.
Pretty much.
this is an approved purchase already. It's a couple years out, but we're making a down payment on the chassis, which saves us a few $1,000s.
Okay. It's calling the motion to a vote. Please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, abstain.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I. Adam, which vehicle is this replacing?
This would be replacing the
The new one.
existing, the existing rescue truck,
Uh-huh.
which is a 1995 or something.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you get the
But it's low miles.
Might be 90, yeah, I don't know, like
It's
98.
like a
I
taxi
think it's 90s, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend purchase order number 5022 to Casella Waste Systems, Inc. for debris removal to the amount of $10,525.12.
Is
Thank
Bart,
you,
I'll
Jay.
second that.
Thank you, Bard. So Josh, this is specific to storm removal? And is this potentially reimbursable?
Yes,
Okay.
and yes.
Okay, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, aye.
David, I.
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend purchase order number 5023 to mow and maintain property maintenance LLC for grounds maintenance to the amount of $28,472.
Is Bart, I'll second it.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Bard. So Josh, this was for park.
Yeah, so we had them do an additional mow of cemetery, the Cemetery Road Cemetery. We had one mow per year in there. I think we had, and the second was getting overgrown quite a bit. There was a small stick pile that we needed them to remove at Volunteers Green, which was not in the original RFP. And then I had them ask them to roll Volunteers
That's
Green
right.
because it was just was like so rutted and lumpy. It was like ankle breaker waiting to happen.
Okay.
So that was a little costly, but I think it was a job well done, and the kids playing soccer seemed to be
Good question.
pretty good.
Do we mow the Johnny Brook parking lot that's put in?
So,
Is that ours?
yes, that has been something that Pete had done like a couple times a year.
Yeah.
That lapsed this year because we didn't have an agreement with V-Trans for a number of months. And then when we got the agreement back in, Pete was still busy with everything. I think Duncan just asked Mow and Maintain to mow it, so we'll probably see an additional charge for that.
Yeah.
But that'll get us through the rest of the biking season with a parking area, because I say biking because it's primarily used by mountain bikers who are heading up Johnny Brook Road.
Okay.
We'll probably add that to the mow and maintain, or to the grounds maintenance contract next year, because
Might as well, yeah.
we might as well
Somebody
add
can-
mowing to mowing.
Okay, so calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, hi.
David, I.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve purchase order number 5040 to Engineers Construction for emergency repair of West White Hill in the amount of $306,000.11.
This is Bart, I'll second that.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Bard. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, hi.
David, I.
Go ahead, Jay.
This is Bart. I move to approve purchase order number 5042 to Jefferson Quarry for ditch stone in the amount of $15,000.
Thank you, Bard. Do we have a second?
Please.
Thank you, Lisa. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, hi.
David, I.
This, Bart, I move to approve purchase order number 5044 to Cargill Salt Company for road salt for winter maintenance in the amount of $99,968.
Good money and salt.
This is Jay, second.
Thank you, Bard. Thank you, Jay. Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, hi.
David, I. Okay. Items for next agenda.
We haven't done the warrants.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the warrants as presented.
Thank you, Jay.
This is Bart, I second that.
Thank you, Bard. Any discussion? Hearing none, calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, I.
Bart, aye.
Jay, hi.
David, I. Okay, items for next agenda. I would suggest an executive session to discuss another personnel matter with the town manager.
Sounds good.
Update on Southview and stormwater.
Well, all together now, I'll find out if they can come back.
Yeah,
I'm just scanning over what else, not a lot.
will we have anything coming back on pickleball, or is that pretty well set?
No, we're gonna just proceed as directed and get a contract going. No, I don't think there's a lot on this agenda that carries over. There are like 4 or 5 other things that I've got notes on that we'll bring up at that one. If you guys want a preview, I can do that. So amendments to the Andrews Community Forest bylaws, consideration of a request for unassigned funds for work at the Volunteers Green and Round Church for tree work. Discussion of the no parking zone on West Main Street. Some folks from the church reached out to me with some questions and some things to consider. And Halloween closures of Esplanade and Pleasant Street for trick-or-treaters. And there'll be, I'm sure, a few other things as we get closer.
Well, they know how to do trick or treat in this one.
It's one of the best between Halloween and 4th of July. It's 2 great celebrations.
Okay, so moving on, possible executive session to review a draft of the stormwater system improvement agreement regarding the 3-acre permit with the Greystone Estates Residents Association.
And this one, I might say, if you don't want to go into an executive session, I've provided you all the document. If there's questions on the document, we can go in and answer those. But if you have no questions, we're still waiting for feedback from Jera on the document. They've seen it. And I wanted to give it to you guys just to see if there's any feedback. But before we finalize it, there'll be another executive session with it.
I'm totally cool with skipping it.
Bar's good.
I was gonna suggest that we skip it tonight and deal with it at the future date.
Good, do next agenda too, yeah.
Okay.
Same with the, whatever, VMERS or whatever.
VMERS.
Yes, that's it. We have all the documents, right? I mean, there's nothing that we don't. know
Right,
what's going on, right?
That's just a heck of an awkward situation.
Yeah,
it is.
and
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really want to say much more.
Yeah, but I mean, is there anything specifically you need to update us about, or is it kind of everything you've given us is the update and?
What I gave you is the update in the memo.
Any reason to go to executive session then? I didn't have any questions that were not answered. That I. I'm sure there are questions that were not answered, but I imagine it's because the answers don't exist.
We can also put it on the next agenda. There's no urgency to that one right now.
Okay.
There's no
That's what I would
There's no
suggest.
decision at this point.
As opposed to 11:35.
Okay, but we then still have the one about unfair labor practice and the one about police hiring.
Yeah, I would recommend that we do both of those. The first one should probably be pretty quick.
Mr. Chairman, I move to find a premature public knowledge about pending or probable civil litigation to which the public body as a party would cause the town or the person to suffer a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a second?
Bart, I'll second that.
Thank you, Bard. Calling the motion to a vote, please
Aye.
identify yourself and signify your
aye.
vote.
Bart, aye.
Jay, I.
David, aye.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss an unfair labor practice charge under the provisions of one VSA 313A 1E of the Vermont statutes and invite town manager Josh Arneson into the executive session.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have
Bart,
a
I'll second that.
Thank you, Bard. Calling the motion to a vote, please
Aye.
identify yourself and
Lisa,
signify
aye.
your vote.
Bart, aye.
Jay, I.
David, aye. We are in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I move to find the premature public knowledge about employee hiring to which the public body as a party would cause the town or persons to suffer a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Jay. Do we have a
It's Bart,
second?
I'll second that.
Calling motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, I.
David, aye.
Mr. Chairman, I move we enter into executive session to discuss police hiring under the provisions of one VSA 313A 1E of the Vermont statutes and invite town manager Josh Arneson into the executive session.
I'll second.
Calling the motion to a vote, please identify yourself and signify your vote.
Adam, I.
Lisa, aye.
Bart, aye.
Jay, I.
David, aye.
Mr. Chairman, move to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
So
We've
here's,
just adjourned for those of you watching the recording later.
if you want to start with that, Jay, if you want to start, those are things that need signatures by all of you. Those need.
Pen, I somehow got away with that.
Absolutely.
Where I first been at me, okay.